Chapter 2050. New leads. That evening, the Guangzhou Municipal Tax Bureau Director's office was shrouded in cigarette smoke. AI Jixin examined the briefing on his desk with a self-satisfied expression. "Old Wang, you see this? Every single one of these damned landlords deserves to be hung from a lamppost. Yes, we must handle this severely. The nature of this is too egregious." Wang Qi felt somewhat sheepish. Before today's report arrived, he'd thought that, although the Shi family's second young master wasn't entirely upstanding, his quick mind meant that with proper guidance, he could become a decent model of lawful and educated taxpaying. Who would have guessed that just moments ago, Guard Zio, who had delivered an expedited interrogation briefing, copied to both the Tax Bureau and Police Bureau from Political Security. It stated that in addition to counterfeit currency, a stack of tax receipts had been discovered at the scene. Zheng Huan and the others had preliminarily determined them to be forged. According to Steward Liao from Guiron Residence, who was the first to confess, he'd obtained these tax receipts from the Kiwei Escort Bureau's storage depot at the Guangzhou docks on instructions from Steward Mai of the Liang family. He was supposed to deliver them to several righteous men in the chamber. He also disclosed that Steward Mai had repeatedly emphasized that provided he took care of the Shi family, he could sit back and watch the short hairs of Guangzhou become a laughingstock. Fortunately, he'd never mentioned to AI Jixin his expectations for this Smith fellow. Wang Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and stated resentfully, "These Liang and Shi families really concealed themselves deeply, pushing the Lin family out front to take the fall. Looks like it's time for a real feast." AI Jixin spread his palm in the air, then clenched it tight. "Not a single one escapes. I want them all. Director AI, at this juncture, this isn't merely our case anymore. It never was solely ours." "True." Wang Qi observed AI Jixin's expression, paused briefly, then continued. "So how do you think we should position ourselves?" "Financial matters, we handle those," AI Jixin declared decisively. "No one else gets to interfere. We can't simply be the ones who set things up only to step aside. They want heads to pad their achievement records. We want silver to fill the national treasury. We absolutely cannot fall behind in the executive committee's estimation." "Good." Wang Qi nodded firmly and jotted down a couple of lines in his notebook. "Then I'll proceed along those lines. Besides the Lin and Luo families, the Shi family also requires thorough investigation. We'll commence with the Hong Kong warehouse rental fees." "Old Wang, you're just too lenient. What's this commence with rental fees?" "I say once we receive the detailed report back, if there's nothing too far off, we summon that Smith directly in the name of the Economic Major Cases Investigation Bureau. Bring him in first, then discuss. Several hundred to over 1,000 in brokerage fees. Who does he think he's deceiving?" Yes, thank you for the reminder, Director AI." Though Wang Qi privately felt AI Jixin's idea only sounded gratifying, having completely forgotten that the State Council's authorization limited the investigation division to merely 24 hours of detention power, he still nodded in agreement. "There I go again with my old habit, forgetting our tax bureau possesses teeth too. All right, we'll take the initiative on this. Don't worry. Once Yao Yulan and the others return, we'll study this immediately and move swiftly." The next day at noon, upon learning that Yao Yulan, Huang Ping and Zheng Huan had returned to the bureau and were eating lunch in the cafeteria, Wang Qi immediately had them notified to meet in room 114 at 1 o'clock sharp. In the past, given his temperament, Wang Qi would have allowed the three of them to catch up on sleep first. But there was no time for that now. AI Jixin had established the tone, which meant he had to lead his personnel in a race against time to grab the spotlight. The Tax Bureau absolutely could not wait around for Wu Mu's people to conduct property seizures before raising tax evasion. This was a political mission. "All right, let's skip the pleasantries. 2 items today. First, have Team Leader Yao brief us on yesterday's joint arrest and interrogation operation with Political Security and the Police Bureau. Second, we'll review the Shi family issues together. Yao Yulan, begin. Hit the key points. Everyone listen carefully. Having said this, Wang Qi lowered his head and began flipping through the detailed report they'd submitted today. Yes. 3 personnel from our bureau participated in this operation: Zheng Huan, Huang Ping, and myself. Among those arrested were stewards, accountants, and personal attendants from several major households that our bureau has been monitoring closely. Among them, Liao Russian, steward of the Luo family's Guyern residence, was one of the key figures. Through expedited interrogation, Liao Russian confessed that he was acting on instructions from Mi Dynasty, the Liang family's steward, to meet with subordinates of someone codenamed Stone Elder and distribute the previously acquired forged tax receipts. Additionally, the counterfeit currency discovered at the scene was brought back by these people because they felt it was hard to use and difficult to spend, intending to return it to Stone Elder. Wait, Wang Qi glanced up, seemingly having caught something. Yao Yulan, you just stated Liao Russian was meeting with Stone Elder's subordinates. How is it now these people wish to return the counterfeit funds to Stone Elder? Correct. After interrogation, political security states they can preliminarily determine that each of them received instructions from Stone Elder through various channels directing them to the Eastgate suburb, where they each assumed the others had been dispatched by Stone Elder. So there was no one in command. Wang Qi wondered what manner of operation this was, an anti-short-hair tea party. It's like this, Director Wang, Yao Yulan quickly elaborated, observing Wang Qi's puzzled expression. According to Liao Russian, these people all oppose us and mostly possess some resources and ideas at their disposal. So rather than calling Stone Elder the mastermind behind the scenes, it's more accurate to say he's a facilitator and instigator. Naturally, Liao Russian also stated that at critical moments, Stone Elder would dispatch people, but his level was too low to participate. He only possessed second-hand information. Taking the masses gentry line, this Stone Elder possesses quite a brain. Wang Qi grew even more curious. Continue. The aspects relevant to us mainly concern benefits transfer and forged tax receipts. According to Liao Russian's confession, Mi Dynasty had repeatedly requested that he look after the Shi family's business, which our earlier investigation had already confirmed. As for the forged tax receipts, Liao Russian obtained them from the Kiwei Escort Bureau's storage depot at the Guangzhou docks. He first acquired a claim ticket from Mi Dynasty, then proceeded directly to the depot to collect the package. Besides tax receipts, the package contained filling instructions. I've attached 3 of the tax receipts to the last page of the report. Hearing Yao Yulan's explanation, Wang Qi hurriedly flipped to the report's rear, extracted the tax receipts and spread them on the table, then handed one copy to Su Zhuo and Chu Zioran. Tusk, I must say, these appear quite authentic. The 2 of them each held a tax completion certificate, now rubbing it with their fingertips, now holding it up to the sunlight. Soon, Su Zhuo discovered the problem. No, this is incorrect. Our tax receipts are self-copying paper. Theirs is just regular paper and slightly thicker. As he spoke, Su Zhuo shook the tax receipt. Yes, we initially became suspicious of the tax receipts based on those 2 factors. I've reviewed the instructions. When filling out fake tax receipts, they employ carbon paper directly. Carbon paper is sold in Lingao, and since taxpayers only retain the second copy underneath, this issue is easily overlooked. As for the paper quality, they've devised a countermeasure too, mixing real and fake completion certificates in the same bound volume. When inspecting, it's very difficult to spot the problem. Then what about the watermarks on these? Report, Director Wang. The colleagues from the police bureau who interrogated with us stated that counterfeit currency has appeared on the Guangzhou market, and we seized some in this arrest. It can be confirmed that this underground network possesses the capability to produce paper with watermarks. Although it's not as sophisticated as new currency manufacturing, it's sufficient for tax receipts. The tax bureau's tax receipt printing actually hadn't been held to high standards from the outset. Whether it was Cheng Dong, AI Jixin, or Wang Qi and Zhang Xiaoqi, the requirement proposed was merely ordinary natives cannot easily counterfeit it. The low bar wasn't merely about cost. More importantly, tax receipts simply couldn't compare to paper currency in importance. Paper currency constituted bearer instruments that circulated directly as general equivalents. Tax receipts, conversely, contained detailed enterprise and issuing authority information along with clear tax payment records. They couldn't circulate. Besides, through the Tax Bureau's receipt issuance system, the printed serial number in the upper right corner alone made it simple to look up any receipt's actual status. For taxpayers, using fake receipts was just exploiting gaps in interdepartmental information sharing to offset taxes collected by other departments or foreign tax authorities. But the moment a tax audit cross-referenced the receipts, accounts, and Tax Bureau payment records, the fraud would immediately be exposed. Add to this the fact that people using fake receipts typically filled in large amounts to recover their investment, which meant that once discovered, multiple charges accumulated with severe penalties. For any taxpayer of significant scale, the risk simply wasn't worthwhile. So while the old timeline had countless cases of falsified tax receipts, cases of outright counterfeit tax receipts were rare. Counterfeits mostly concentrated among individual taxpayers or one-time personal transactions like real estate deed taxes. But this did serve as a wake-up call for Wang Qi. While forged tax receipts might not cause major waves, if the executive committee planned to implement invoices next, they'd need to be cautious. Political security investigated the Kiwei depot at the Guangzhou docks. Since not much time had passed, the counter attendant still remembered the person. He was wearing the uniform of a ship worker from the Guangzhou-Hong Kong ferry line. Because he wanted 3 days of storage, which was considered a longer duration, he had to pay a fee. Oh, Wang Qi didn't glance up, continuing to flip through the report while rotating his pen. Director Wu specifically spoke with team leader Zheng and colleague Huang, inquiring about the situation with the warehouses the Shi family leases from Guyern residents in Hong Kong. Little Zheng, what did Director Wu ask you? Wang Qi suddenly started, recalling the investigation report from Zheng Huan and Huang Ping that he'd forwarded to Wu Mu. Mainly the issues from that day's report. Zheng Huan deliberated again before continuing. Director Wu was very interested in those 2 warehouses we mentioned that the Shi family had never utilized. He asked me and colleague Huang many detailed questions. End of chapter. Chapter 2051. Act quickly. Wang Qi's head spun. Wu Mu had likely already dispatched agents to Hong Kong. When you connected the threads of information, even a layman could see it. The Shi family wasn't just problematic. It was explosive. He realized with sudden clarity that this case touched multiple jurisdictions. The moment it crossed into anti-executive committee activities, political security could swoop in with any shred of substantive evidence and claim the entire investigation, relegating his bureau to mere co-investigators. That wouldn't do, not after all this effort. Wang Qi refused to let others harvest what he'd sown, never mind Smith's actual crimes. Strike first, claim the advantage. Even if the fellow truly belonged to some underground network, the Tax Bureau would make the arrest. Wang Qi turned to Yao Yulan. Anything else? That's everything of substance. The Police Bureau is investigating the counterfeit currency separately, but Inspector Lion isn't involved in that area, so she couldn't provide details. Understood. Thank you, Team Leader Yao. Wang Qi shifted his attention to Chu Zioran and Su Zhuo. How did your visit to the Shi family go? Did you see Smith? Su Zhuo glanced at Chu Zioran. She gestured for him to continue. Report, Director Wang. The Shi family was very cooperative. We met Smith and conveyed the official's message. He expressed great honor at the executive committee's recognition and said he would participate actively in the training. He asked several policy questions which Sister Chu answered. Nothing else? Wang Qi asked when Su Zhuo stopped. Nothing else. Pretty steady young master, Wang Qi thought, but soon you'll learn what it means for disaster to fall from a clear sky. He mentally calculated how long Wu Mu's people would need for the Hong Kong round trip, then assessed his own timeline. All right, I'm assigning tasks. Su Zhui, retrieve all materials on the Shi family, the old store, the Sanya branch, the Hong Kong warehouse. Everything we have at the bureau, bring it here. We're working centrally and everyone must master this case completely. We have 24 hours. Director Wang, are we launching a full investigation of the Shi family? Huang Ping's mind worked quickly. Hearing the 24-hour deadline, he knew leadership wanted an arrest, and he'd be called into action again. His excitement was palpable. Yes. Just because the Shi family hid deep doesn't mean our tax bureau lacks teeth. We're going to fight a beautiful battle and not let others steal our thunder. Wang Qi rallied his troops. So, Director Wang, do you think the Shi family has serious problems? Chu Zioran's question made Wang Qi frown. This wasn't a question she should be asking him. Still, he didn't take it to heart and waved dismissively. The Shi family's problems are enormous. Hanging a few from lampposts wouldn't be unjust. Did you forget what Director AI said when we established this task force? Guangzhou is the executive committee's domain. Go investigate thoroughly. Investigate hard. What, feeling sorry for them? Ha ha ha, how could that be? The room erupted in laughter. Director Wang, we guarantee we'll complete the mission. Good, Wang Qi nodded firmly. That's the spirit I want. Ziohu, get coffee to perk everyone up. Wheel. He was about to say pull an all-nighter but swallowed the words. Seeing Chu Zioran's sallow complexion, Zheng Huan and Huang Ping's haggard faces, even Yao Yulan looked worn despite maintaining her composure, he changed course. Let's aim to review the case this afternoon, get a proper night's sleep, and hit it hard tomorrow. In the early morning, Guangzhou's eastern horizon showed only the faintest hint of pale dawn. Early risers were just beginning to wash their faces. The whole city seemed suspended in last night's dreams, quiet and still. Through the thin mist, the sudden clatter of wheels and hooves shattered the silence. Several dark blue lacquered carriages emerged from the fog, pulling up before a vermilion gate with a coachman's low "whoa." Before the vehicles had even stopped, the doors flew open and strapping men leaped out one after another, lips pressed tight, expressions grim. They wore full-coverage steel helmets, dark blue uniforms matching the carriages, black tactical vests and military boots. The metallic clinking as they moved made clear their armament extended well beyond the 6-shot revolvers in their hands. No warnings, no announcements. The men dispersed immediately, taking up assault positions. Then the vermilion gate crashed inward under the battering ram's blows, and the ready team poured into the compound. Their urgent footsteps woke the household. Screams and cries erupted in chaos. Great Song Executive Committee Economic Major Cases Investigation Division. Yao Yulan and Huang Ping, pistols in right hands and credentials displayed in left, each led an elite squad charging through the crowd toward the rear courtyard. The bright white characters, "Paying taxes is glorious," emblazoned across the backs of their tactical vests, gleamed brilliantly in the morning sun. Moments later, Wang Qi stepped unhurriedly over the threshold, Glock in hand, and stood on the steps surveying the Shi family members huddled in the front courtyard. Investigation Division Operation, men to the left, women to the right, ladyboys in the middle. Ahem. Director Wang's dreams were always this full of swagger. Of course, it was only a dream. Last night, Director Zhang had strictly ordered him to remain as commander, to give the younger cadres opportunities to train, to learn proper delegation. Shaking his groggy head, Wang Qi savored the pleasant fantasy once more. Maybe paying taxes is glorious, shouldn't be on the vest backs. The Major Cases Investigation Division's authority isn't limited to taxation. How about economic guardians? Feeling he debugged an issue, Wang Qi licked his lips in satisfaction, then remembered those 4 characters had been used by the domestic economic police back in his old timeline. Come to think of it, they aligned darkly well with the Investigation Bureau's mission. Yao Yulan and Huang Ping stood before his desk, fully equipped and ready. All right, I won't waste words. It's now 5 minutes to 6. Wang Qi checked his watch. You must arrive at the Shi residence to make the arrest by 6:30. Political security and police are already en route to assist. Go. Last night, Wang Qi had thought it through and decided to call both Mu Min and Wu Mu. Arresting young Master Shi with only 2 people from the Economic Major Cases Investigation Bureau carried unnecessary risk. As an elder, he could bypass political security and police to coordinate directly with the National Army, but that would look unseemly. Turnabout was fair play. Wu Mu had called him during the last arrest, so if only for appearances, he couldn't fail to notify the other 2 this time. Besides, all 3 agencies had already coordinated at the municipal government meeting. There had to be mutual benefit. Post-operation summaries needed phrases like provided full cooperation and worked in close coordination. After giving his instructions, Wang Qi tried to stand and see them off, but when he pushed himself up, his body refused to cooperate. Director Wang, are you all right? Huang Ping nimbly stepped forward, reaching out to support him. I'm fine. Time is of the essence. Go. Stay safe and let their people handle the dangerous parts first. Wang Qi waved them off and awkwardly sat back down. Watching the 2 close the door behind them, Wang Qi grabbed his cup and gulped down strong tea, exhaled deeply, then slowly pushed himself up from the table. After stretching his back, he drank down the kidney restoration elixir, specially supplied by Runchi Hall, then paced slowly around the office, wondering whether to stop by AI Jixin's office once working hours began. By executive committee standards, with everyone being elders and him senior to AI Jixin in the original cohort, he shouldn't need this morning report, evening briefing routine. But ever since he'd noticed the vague hostility between his wife and AI Jixin, Wang Qi felt he should manage the relationship with this colleague who technically outranked him by half a level. AI Jixin was capable and driven, and the tax bureau's smooth operations on all fronts owed much to his skilled coordination. Plus, he responded well to flattery. Whether professionally or personally, positioning himself properly as deputy director was the wisest course. Lost in thought, Wang Qi was suddenly seized by an inexplicable chill, and his eyelid began twitching incessantly. Damn, was it the right eye for disaster or fortune? He tidied up his desk as the work whistle sounded. Wang Qi picked up the case progress summary he'd written last night, skimmed it again, and seeing no major issues, tucked it into his notebook and prepared to find AI Jixin. Just then came a knock. Report. Come in. Seeing Nan Wanner lead and a visibly anxious Liu Qiuhua, Wang Qi tensed. Please don't let there be a fatal incident at the girls' dormitory. The tax bureau employed many young women, making it a target of constant attention from naturalized male cadres. Back when this group of girls was still preparing to leave Lingao, AI Jixin had thoughtfully arranged 2 dormitory matrons, and even drawn up a formal dormitory, self-governance system with a 5-person management group that rotated every 6 months. If Wang Qi remembered correctly, the current group leader was this Liu Qiuhua. Director Wang, there's something we need to report, Nan Wanner said, seeing Liu Qiuhua hang her head, too frightened to speak. Chu Zioran from dorm 203 on the 2nd floor requested leave to go out last night and hasn't returned on time this morning. Wang Qi hummed absently. He knew why Liu Qiuhua was afraid to speak. According to AI Jixin's self-governance rules, the group leader was responsible for conducting a headcount every night when the dormitory locked up at 11 and reporting the results, along with any personnel on leave, to the municipal bureau's duty office. Clearly, Liu Qiuhua had failed to do so. Next update. Volume 7 2 Guang's Campaign Section 165, End of Chapter. Chapter 2052. The unexpected incident. This matter could be made big or small. If escalated, Liu Qiuhua would be facing several months of study sessions, followed by waiting for reassignment. But she couldn't be entirely blamed. After all, Guangzhou had been liberated for nearly 2 years, and the security situation had improved dramatically. Even elders like himself could wander the streets freely provided they carried weapons and personal guards. Naturalized citizens enjoyed even more freedom. Most of the naturalized citizens in Guangzhou were in the prime of their lives, 17, 18 in their 20s, and it was common for them to request leave, return late, or not return at all. As long as they could explain themselves upon return, the elders in various departments generally turned a blind eye. Besides, to address the problem of couples living apart, departments were acquiring land and preparing to build dormitories for cadres and their families. At this point, only the leave application requirement in the so-called system still served any real purpose. We can't keep these young men and women penned up like slaves. Human nature must be understood. Liu Xiang had said this at some meeting, and Wang Qi deeply agreed. Recently, he'd adjusted the after-work training schedule to 2 sessions per week, shortened to an hour and a half each. Naturally, he had no interest in pursuing Liu Qihua's responsibility. Besides, Chu Zioran was a local. Her leave form said she was visiting relatives, and staying overnight with family without returning on time wasn't a serious matter. At most, it counted as tardiness with a pay deduction. Remember to report leave situations on time from now on. Don't let it happen again. Wang Qi dismissed Liu Qihua with a few mild words and sent them out. As they closed the office door, Liu Qihua looked grateful. Sister Nan, thank you so much. Thank me for what? If not for your connections, how would I have gotten off so easily? Not at all. Nan Wanner smiled, then reminded her, but you really must follow through on what Director Wang said. Don't let it happen again. Of course. Her worries forgotten, Liu Qihua reverted to her usual young self, linking arms with Nan Wanner and saying softly, Sister Nan, let me treat you to dinner. There's no class tonight. Let's go to Gihuayuan East Street. I heard from Shidu that there are new stalls. Gihuayuan sounded the same as Planning Institute, but they were entirely different things. It was originally a residential area in northern Guangzhou. Close to the greater and lesser North Gates, it was an inexpensive district with much wasteland and low property prices. Various departments had purchased or rented many houses here to accommodate cadres and families from Hainan, forming a small residential cluster. The Guangzhou elders jokingly called it the dormitory district, while local Guangzhou natives called it Gihuayuan, naturalization quarter. Because the area was so remote, some enterprising naturalized citizens and their families, following the principle of convenience, had cut windows in their street-facing walls and begun making and selling snacks or trinkets to nearby cadres. Most hailed from Lingao or neighboring counties, so whether the food or the little items for sale, everything carried a distinctly Australian character. Being cheap as well, word gradually spread among Guangzhou locals that this was a place to buy and eat Australian goods without traveling all the way to the great world outside the city. More and more merchants came to set up shop, and this narrow little street grew into something substantial. Because of its remote location, it wasn't in the area where Liu Xiang focused his street-clearing efforts. And since it had originally been meant to serve naturalized citizens who drew Australian salaries, with stalls opening mostly after work in the evening, the Grand Prefect pretended not to notice. Fortunately, the naturalized citizens from Lingao understood what the leaders liked and disliked. Though the street with its shop windows was crowded, it remained clean and tidy. Families with shops took turns sweeping the street each day, even forming their own volunteer patrol teams. Australian candles flickered in the windows. As more shops opened, the lights grew denser. The ordinary Guangzhou folk, who had lived by the rhythm of sunset, were gradually influenced by the naturalized cadre's habit of strolling the streets at night. Compared to the great world outside the city walls, this narrow alley was clearly more approachable. So even if they weren't buying anything, many people began to enjoy walking around to look. This nameless alley came to be known as Gihuayuan East Street, and going to Gihuayuan East Street for a taste of Australia gradually became a favorite post-dinner pastime for many Guangzhou locals. The night market, something that practically every county had in the old timeline, had thus effortlessly wormed its way into the 17th century. But speaking of this little street becoming official, that was only just over 3 months ago. One evening in late May, Zheng Shangji and Mu Min were strolling there when they saw the street bustling with people, so lively and animated that they felt a long-missed sensation. At the subsequent Guangzhou elders meeting, they proposed making the street a model for stimulating small-scale private commerce, officially designating it a commercial street with priority for infrastructure development. The name was written in the finest calligraphy among the Guangzhou elders by Taoist Kui, West City Pedestrian Street. However, this bright and thoroughly Australian-sounding name didn't win acceptance from the common people or even the naturalized cadres the way Australian goods had. Beyond the natives' complaints that the calligraphy was only marginally better than an entry-level scholar's, most people simply felt Gihuayuan East Street sounded more familiar and natural. With its new, official status, East Street didn't disappoint director Zheng. Over these 3 months, business on the street grew ever more brisk. For naturalized citizens and their families who understood political sensibility, the street name sign commissioned by the city government at the intersection was like a reassurance pill. More local merchants also caught wind and came. Those who moved fast could still rent street-facing houses. Those slower had to set up stalls on the open ground beside the street. Given the Australians' nearly harsh requirements and punishments regarding street cleanliness, even those setting up stalls on open ground were wise enough to choose spots where buildings receded, creating alcoves. Encroaching on the street itself was absolutely out of the question. So those who arrived even later, finding even the open spaces taken, had no choice but to venture deeper into the alleys. Now, many successful shops had begun replacing the Australian candles at their doorways with kerosene lamps, hoping to attract more customers. And the offerings on the street were no longer limited to the original few. Speaking just of food, many naturalized families who'd made a bit of money here had returned to Lingao to study authentic Australian-style snacks. Add to this the various seasonings produced by the agricultural committee's state farms across the 2 guangs now being supplied to Guangzhou, and everything from malatang to Odin to teppanyaki had made its appearance. During the Little Ice Age, Guangzhou spent much of spring, autumn, and winter shrouded in damp cold. Though the natives didn't understand what the leaders meant by magic attack, at times like these, eating a bowl of malatang drizzled with red chili oil, costing next to nothing, and leaving your whole body warm and comfortable afterward, that they understood perfectly. One evening, Liu Xiang climbed the West City wall and looked out at Gihuayuan East Street, that silver dragon growing ever brighter and longer. It reminded him of his old Sim City days when his first commercial district lit up at night. He said meaningfully to the person beside him, "Capital has a life of its own. We really don't need to manage too much, but to each flower its own tale." After Wang Qi saw off Liu Qiuhua, he went to AI Jixin's office, only to be blindsided the moment he walked in. "Old Wang, I was just about to find you. Wu Mu just called that Smith fellow has fled." "Fled? Don't they have people tailing him? How could they actually let him escape?" Wang Qi appeared unconcerned, plopping down casually in the chair across from AI Jixin. "That's not the key point. Wu Mu warned me to watch out for an insider." "An insider? Smith has always been very steady, right?" "Right? Ah." Wang Qi seemed to realize something, suddenly sitting up straight. "Just these past couple of days we got a lead on him, and he runs, turns and runs. It's probably not a coincidence. The problem looks like it's somewhere among our 3 agencies," AI Jixin said thoughtfully. "Sai, please don't let it be another Han Yue." Just as AI Jixin and Wang Qi were racking their brains guessing who the insider in the Guangzhou Tax Bureau might be, there was a bang as the office door was suddenly pushed open. "Big trouble." Before the 2 men could react, Zhang Zioki came bursting in. "Wait a moment. Water." Wang Qi didn't know what his wife was about to say, but instinct made him immediately stand, hand her the cup he was holding, then circle around behind her to close the door. Zhang Zioki took the cup, gulped a mouthful, and seeing that Wang Qi had secured the door, steadied her racing heart and said grimly, "Chu Zioran is dead." Suicide. This news hit like a bomb, leaving AI Jixin and Wang Qi staring dumbfounded. Suicide, suicide. Really dead? After a long silence, AI Jixin still couldn't quite believe it. Dead, Mu Min has already confirmed it. Mu Min, the police bureau got there that fast. Where did this happen? Thinking of Chu Zioran's leave form, Wang Qi had a sinking feeling. I was going with Mu Min to pick up AI Bebe today. We hadn't even reached Zheng Shangji's place when police bureau people caught up with us, saying the deceased looked like a cadre. Mu Min thought it was serious. Since AI Bebe has some medical background, the three of us went directly by carriage. I asked where it happened. Kiwei subsidiary Tong Fuin. Hanging. Hanging? You're joking. Those tiny rooms in our inns, where would you even hang a cloth strip? The problem is, this Tong Fu Inn was converted from an old house. There are exposed beams inside. Zhang Zioki sighed. I went to look. The body's still there. It's Chu Zioran. Before coming up, I arranged for Nan Wanner to go through her things and see what there might be. The room fell silent again, the three of them each with their own thoughts, some grieving, some trying to figure out the cause, some worrying about the aftermath. Next update. Volume 7, 2, Guang's Campaign Section 166, End of Chapter. Chapter 2053, A Special Memento. Knock knock. Come in. The three of them turned to see Nan Wanner enter, carrying a woven rattan case in her left hand with a satchel draped over it and a paper bag balanced in her right. Director AI, Director Wang, Director Zhang. After pausing at the doorway to greet each leader in turn, Nan Wanner placed everything on the coffee table in front of the sofa at Zhang Zioki's gesture. This case was kept in Chu Zioran's dormitory room. The satchel was in her office. She opened the paper bag, revealing a notebook and miscellaneous documents. These were found in her office. Chu Zioran should also have a notebook in the tax service window drawer used for work records. I didn't have time to get it yet given the rush. No need, thank you. You may go. Hearing Nan Wanner refer to Chu Zioran by name rather than the usual Sister Chu or Comrade Chu, Wang Qi couldn't help but glance at her. This is a book for tracking expenses plus some daily notes. Zhang Zioki opened the notebook, glanced at the first page, then hesitated and set it down again. Come on now, Director Zhang. Don't go bringing privacy protections into this era. The person's dead, we need to figure out why and fast. AI Jixin grabbed the notebook, about to flip through it, when Zhang Zioki stopped him again. Respect for the dead, even as elders, isn't it improper for us to just paw through her personal privacy like this? Wang Qi nodded gravely. Director AI is right. Right now, the priority is figuring out why she killed herself. She was a member of the investigation team. A sudden suicide means political security will definitely inquire. When the internal and external investigations come, there won't be a shred of privacy left anyway. Only then did Zhang Zioki relent. Wang Qi said, "How about this, Sister Zhang, you check her case and bag. She was after all a woman and there must be some personal items. It's not appropriate for us to look." All right. AI Jixin opened the notebook and flipped through page by page for quite a while before tossing it back on the table in disappointment. Utterly useless. Wang Qi picked it up to look. It was a diary-style daily planner. Chu Zioran came from a scholarly family and could read and write. The notebook was written in small, elegant calligraphy. She was clearly a meticulous person. The contents were extremely detailed. Not only did it record daily work arrangements and key points, but also a running account of income and expenses. There wasn't actually much personal emotional content. Wang Qi flipped from beginning to end, apart from occasional gaps, and the last few days before the suicide being left blank, the entries were largely uniform. Meanwhile, Zhang Zioki first checked the satchel. Inside were just a few tax booklets, some documents and promotional materials and some stationery. Nothing special. From the bag, she also retrieved a package claim stub from the Guangzhou Postal Bureau. 2 days ago, Chu Zioran had sent a package to her daughter studying at Fengqiati. The contents were listed as clothes and food. She then opened the case. It was a small woven rattan travel case manufactured by the Lingao luggage factory. Appropriate in size and very sturdy, many naturalized cadres had purchased them. It was practically standard equipment for naturalized cadres in Guangzhou. Inside were just a few changes of undergarments and 2 sets of publicly issued cadre uniforms. Nothing special. Digging to the bottom layer, she finally touched a round object, hard to the feel. Pulling it out, she saw it was wrapped tightly in cloth. Zhang Xiaoqi unwrapped the bundle to find it further wrapped in newspaper and cloth scraps. Growing more curious, she opened everything to discover a large bowl, quite exquisite. After studying it for a moment, she suddenly noticed 3 characters fired into the rim. Yuyuan Lu. Zhang Xiaoqi's eyelid twitched. She knew Yuyuan Lu. It was right by the Pearl River, a famous large restaurant locally. Most critically, Yuyuan Lu was Lin Zengxiu's family property. Lin Zengxiu was one of the main suspects implicated in the Guangzhou tax case, yet Chu Zioran had treasured a bowl from a restaurant under his name. The care with which she'd kept it among her clothing spoke volumes about its importance. Yet the bowl itself, though fine, wasn't particularly valuable. Clearly, it carried emotional significance as a memento of some event or person. Could it be? Zhang Xiaoqi didn't dare continue that line of thought. She'd originally assumed this young mother was pure, a victim of the old society. And in Chu Zioran's daily work and life, she'd appeared completely serious, even devoid of personal feelings. Zhang Xiaoqi had felt entirely at ease about her, but clearly things weren't so simple. She couldn't bear to see another Han Yue incident. Not only had that affected the tax bureau's work, but it had also cast an extremely negative shadow on the elder's view of women. She hesitated, set the bowl aside, and continued searching, when suddenly she discovered 2 letters. There are 2 letters. Zhang Xiaoqi picked up the envelopes and exclaimed. What? One envelope bore the names of all 3 of them written neatly, the other bore her daughter's name. Neither was sealed. These were obviously farewell letters. Zhang Xiaoqi took the first one, opened it, read a few lines, and her face flushed red. Wang Qi knew this was a sign of his wife's emotional agitation and quickly asked, "What is it? See for yourself." Zhang Xiaoqi handed the letter to Wang Qi, her expression clearly one of relief. She saw AI Jixin sitting there holding the other letter, not opening it, just turning it over and over in his hands, and asked, "What's in that letter?" "It's Chu Zioran's letter to her daughter, unsealed. Do you want to read it?" AI Jixin held up the letter between 2 fingers and waved it. "You haven't read it." "No," AI Jixin sighed. "I'm afraid reading it would kill my appetite." "Then I won't read it either." Zhang Xiaoqi said dejectedly, "I don't think it's necessary. Leave it for Wu Mu and his people." By the time she'd finished speaking, Wang Qi had already read the letter. With a dark expression, he passed it over. AI Jixin took it and read. The letter was short, just a few lines. He finished and flicked the letter in his hand. All spelled out, "Such a pity. Because of a meal." Even if it was a life-saving meal, was that worth repaying with her life? "What do you call this?" "Ignorance. Ignorance." AI Jixin suddenly grew agitated. She kept the small virtue but forgot the greater cause. Smith saved her and her daughter's lives. What a joke. It was the executive committee that saved them. It was us. Us. Without us, that bowl of food would only have delayed their deaths by 1 day. And what's this sorry to the executive committee? MB, does she think her life is worth that much? Fuck, she's caused me more trouble than she was ever worth. AI Jixin finally couldn't hold back and cursed. With that, he threw the letter heavily onto the coffee table, stood up, put his hands on his hips, and paced angrily around the room twice. Still feeling suffocated, he went back behind his desk and, not caring whether Wang Qi and his wife smoked or not, lit a cigar and took several deep drags before calming down. "All right, Director AI, what's done is done. She's gone, there's no use getting angry." Seeing AI Jixin's emotions settle slightly, Wang Qi stood up. grabbed the thermos and filled AI Jixin's cup with water. No, 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 old Wang. I'll do it myself. AI Jixin wasn't so angry as to lose his head. Seeing Wang Qi pour water for him, he quickly dropped his cigar and stood to take the thermos with both hands. It's convenient. Sit. Wang Qi waved off AI Jixin's hand, filled the cup, capped it, and pushed it toward him. Then he slowly set down the thermos and sat across from AI Jixin. Look, Director AI, this is truly infuriating, I know. Who could have anticipated this connection? We're the ones disaster has fallen upon while sitting at home. As he spoke, Wang Qi unhurriedly turned to reach for his cup on the coffee table. Zhang Zioki passed him the cup and then shifted to sit on the sofa closer to Wang Qi. The letter we've all read now. It seems her suicide was simply because Smith once saved her and her daughter's lives, and now with her benefactor in trouble, she felt compelled to help. But doing so betrayed the executive committee's grace in giving her a new life. So faced with this dilemma, she says it was a life-saving meal. AI Jixin was still peeved. MD, a cup of rice earns gratitude, a bushel earns resentment. He glared at the large bowl, wishing he could stomp it to pieces. Oh, come on, Director AI, this isn't bushel resentment. Let me finish. Wang Qi stopped AI Jixin's complaints and continued. To summarize, 2 life-saving benefactors got entangled, and the one rescued had to figure out how to repay both, right? More or less. This scenario is ancient as dirt. Flip through history books and unofficial biographies. They're full of such cases. At least we have something to reference and won't be shooting blind. Old Wang, I have to say this. How is this the same? I know you want to argue extenuating circumstances, but forget about me. I doubt many in the executive committee would agree. You're forgetting the Han Yue incident. Nobody cares what your reasons are. What people look at is consequences. Forget Zheng Shangji. Even Liu Xiang got caught in some of the fallout, and he's an old hand from the original Guangzhou station who passed the highest-level political security review. Right, you're absolutely right. People look at consequences. After all, they weren't there. How do they know whether the reasons are just made up by us field elders? Wang Qi paused and took a sip of tea. But hasn't this failed to cause any serious consequences? Can Smith actually escape? In fact, I'd say this grass that startled the snake was startled well, saves us the trouble of slowly prying things out of him. All right, old Wang, I know you mean well, but a naturalized cadre dying like this, our tax system has taken first place in the executive committee. We can't slide past this. Those trolls in Lingao, I know them. I'll take the hit on this, at worst. That's not necessary. Wang Qi quickly waved his hand to stop AI Jixin. This young man's attitude actually touched him a little. A rabbit knows to kick its legs before it dies. Our tax bureau has money and guns. How can we just let those trolls push us around? Next update. Volume 7, 2 Guang's Campaign Section 167, End of Chapter. Chapter 2054, Aftermath. Ha ha ha. Though knowing it was just talk, having an old brother firmly on his side still eased AI Jixin's mind considerably. Old Wang, so what do you say? Sigh, let me tell you instead of trying to slip by quietly this thing. We need to. Wang Qi turned to look at Zhang Zioki, then turned back, nodding slowly with a half-smile and drawing out his words. We need to turn this funeral into a celebration and make it a grand one. Someone just died, be serious, Zhang Zioki said disapprovingly. Yes. Wang Qi nodded hurriedly and adopted a solemn expression. He grabbed a sheet of paper and began scribbling as he spoke. First, we need to establish the nature of the incident. This matter was serious. It resulted from our inadequate management. The 3 of us all bear leadership responsibility. Our attitude must be sincere. However, we must also explain that there were objective and force majeure factors that directly led to this tragedy. Tragedy? AI Jixin tapped the table lightly, smiling thoughtfully. Isn't it? A loyal, steadfast, naturalized cadre who was saved by the executive committee kills herself. A child has lost her loving mother, and the executive committee has lost an excellent cadre. How is that not a tragedy? Wang Qi smiled too. No one wanted this to happen, and this tragedy was entirely preventable if only we'd known beforehand about Chu Zioran's connection with Smith. It's just that when Chu Zioran was hired, her personnel file didn't mention it, and her political vetting showed no problems. Old Wang, you're planning to shift the blame to Wu Mu, shouldn't you give him a heads up? How can you call it shifting blame? That sounds terrible. This is risk sharing, also known as responsibility distribution. The law responsibility cannot be applied to the masses. Wang Qi enunciated each word. You can privately notify Wu Mu on your end, but don't go through official channels. This matter should be coordinated with Zhao Mengsheng. It's best if Wu Mu pretends to know nothing. Anyway, anyone with a functioning brain can see this isn't old Zhao's fault either. However smoothly he gets through, Zhao Fatty has no reason to take the fall for us. One less thing to worry about is better than one more. This isn't him taking the fall for us. It's a burden he was already destined to carry, not something we're shifting to him. Political security is responsible for political vetting of naturalized employees. Our understanding of Chu Zioran depended entirely on the personnel file and vetting materials, didn't it? Now that Chu Zioran has had this incident, how could political security not be involved? Us bringing him in is weathering the storm together, not simply shifting blame. Everyone in this line of work is sharp as a fox. They'll figure it out. Director Zhao will definitely help carry this, Zhang Zioki added. You two just squat in Guangzhou busy with taxes and don't read the memos I send carefully. Starting last year, their special operations funding all goes through off-budget special projects. That portion of money can be significant or not. There's lots of discretionary authority. Would Zhao Mengsheng risk offending Wu Jiaku over something this trivial? Better to do a favor and create a win-win for both our agencies. Wang Qi nodded firmly, flipped over the paper in his hand and began writing as he spoke. Director AI, let me tell you, first, since the Police Bureau, Kiwei, and Tax Bureau all have people who know about Chu Zioran's suicide, political security probably knows too. So there's really no need for us to try to cover this up. We couldn't anyway. Our operation is too big now to keep things under wraps with a single order like before. Rather than having rumors flying everywhere, let's open the lid and discuss it openly. Second, as for how to handle it specifically, I think we can do the following. First, besides Zhao Mengsheng's side, I'll trouble you to urgently coordinate with Director Cheng so he can work with Ma Jia. I'll go find Shen Ruiming and Liang Xinhu. This matter will probably end up in the legal department's hands no matter what. It's best if we can get both the county magistrate and the local official on our side. Try to secure their understanding and cooperation. Second, to untie the knot, we need the one who tied it. Whether we can turn this funeral into a celebration depends on Chu Zioran herself. Since she nearly starved to death back then, her experiences must have been extremely harrowing. I heard she even had children starved to death. Wang Qi turned to Zhang Zioki. Why don't you first ask around among the girls about Chu Zioran, then go through the files, try to dig up as much tragic material as possible. That way, Smith's bowl of food becomes valuable, worth writing an opera about. An opera? Right. Then you go find Panpan, remember, go directly to Panpan, not through Ding Ding. Give her all this and emphasize that Chu Zioran had children and one starved to death on the road. With Panpan's personality, she'll definitely help put together a tearjerker of a piece. Old Wang, what are you up to? AI Jixin was growing suspicious. It felt like Wang Qi was going off on a tangent. I'll explain later, Wang Qi continued without looking up. Once Chu Zioran's story hits the papers and forms public opinion, Director AI, you go find Ding Ding, or maybe Ding Ding will come find you. If he wants a press release at that point, I'll write it. Of course, this has to be after the case is adjudicated. But with Smith having fled like this, I think it shouldn't be more than a few days before they close the net. No problem. Third, as soon as the investigation conclusions are out, we immediately dismiss Chu Zioran from public service, transfer the case to Shen Ruiming's office for prosecution under the charge of leaking state secrets, Tell him to prosecute as appropriate, and tell Liang Xinhu's side not to go easy either. But she's already dead. That doesn't matter. Death may mean no prosecution, but conviction can still be done. Fourth, my dear wife, after Wu Mu's people have seen the letters, go back to Lingao in the next couple of days and quietly arrange things with Principal Zhang for Chu Zioran's daughter. She shouldn't stay at Fengqiati any longer. Bring her back to Guangzhou for school. Guangzhou will have national schools soon. We'll find a reliable, kind-hearted naturalized family to adopt her and change her name. Don't let anyone know who her mother was. This letter shouldn't be given to her yet. Spend more time talking with her first. Actually, I don't think many people at the school would know who her mother is anyway. She might not need to come to Guangzhou. Zhang Zioki said. Guangzhou's national school definitely won't compare to Fengqiati. Chu Zioran's final designation will certainly be suicide to escape punishment. If she stays in Lingao, regulations require her to go to the Second Reform Institute. No matter how good Fengqiati is, it won't apply to her anymore. AI Jixin said. Better to bring her to Guangzhou, at least she'll be under our wing. Changing her name and entering a new family will not only help her development but also avoid future issues with political vetting. But the child knows who her mother is. What kind of karma is this? The whole family reduced to just her. Sigh. Wang Qi heaved a deep sigh, full of heartache. Then, recalling AI Jixin's earlier question, he sat up straight. Director AI, let me explain my second point. What do you think the trolls in Lingao will attack us for? Oh, let's see. Inadequate discipline education, failure to properly manage subordinates, chaotic administration, insufficient grasp of subordinates' ideological dynamics. There's plenty. They can attack whatever they want. Who told us to have an incident? Also, failure to strictly implement isolation protocols before important operations. The night before arresting Smith, you let them all go home to rest, right? Zhang Zioki added another stab at her husband. Those are all surface issues, surface, understand. Who doesn't have naturalized citizens under them now? All that talk about poor management and chaotic systems is bullshit. Wang Qi seemed unconcerned. You have to understand their psychology. We're elders, children of destiny. From hundreds of years in the future, with advanced technology, prescient knowledge, powerful industry, and advanced management systems and philosophies. Facing a bunch of natives, how could we make mistakes? Of course we wouldn't. And the cadres we've trained, especially ones we saved from death's door, they owe us an enormous debt of gratitude. They should be willing to lay down their lives in repayment. How could they make such serious mistakes? How could they work against the executive committee? Of course they couldn't. Yes, it's fragile egos. Whoever pricks their fragile egos will get shards of glass stabbed all over them until they're satisfied. Not deadly, but disgusting. So, Wang Qi stood up and paced the room with his hands behind his back. Pampan's article needs to let the natives know that this executive committee cadre was a woman of integrity who repaid her debts, a good person. A single woman hanging herself can easily become gossip fodder. Director AI, aren't you afraid of street rumors saying you drove a widow to her death? Don't. So what about finding Ding Ding? Ding Ding's peace is mainly from our perspective. The law must be upheld. Whether Chu Zioran was repaying a debt or killed herself over an impossible dilemma, a crime is still a crime. You're schizophrenic. How am I schizophrenic? Look at what you've written. Zhang Zioki picked up the paper from the table. Both are reports from our official media, and you want ordinary people to make sense of it. The same person with totally inconsistent assessments. She's both a good person and a criminal. Are the Australians having internal conflicts? Ah, you've hit it exactly. That's precisely the effect I want. Wang Qi nodded. This will spark discussion. For the natives, it's a reminder. The executive committee now defines ethics and moral standards. Extenuating circumstances don't matter. What they think is a good person doesn't matter. And more importantly, within the executive committee, some people look down on every aspect of Ming society's culture and morality, while others think elements can be integrated and preserved. So how exactly should we transform it? This isn't a management issue or a systems issue. This is a mindset issue. This is a major issue. Exactly, it's a major issue. What killed Chu Zioran wasn't Smith and wasn't us. It was the old thinking in her head. If we don't solve this problem, without Chu Zioran there'll be Li Zioran, Liu Zioran, and eventually the hundreds of millions we're going to rule. So this tax bureau incident isn't a crisis, it's an opportunity. AI Jixin had understood Wang Qi's meaning, and a smile appeared on his face, elevating everything to principle again. Zhang Xiaoqi rolled her eyes at the two men. But the two men exchanged knowing smiles. Elevating to principle was exactly how to divert attention. A clash between old and new culture. The executive committee would tear itself apart over that. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Section 442, End of Chapter. Chapter 2055. Commence operations. Mu Min was in a bad mood today. After months of exhaustion, she'd finally gotten a day with nothing urgent. A day to rest and get together with the female elders in Guangzhou, though they affectionately called themselves sisters. Mu Min knew perfectly well they were plastic sisters at best. But even plastic sisters could have a wonderful time, especially when someone really knew how to host. There was no doubt that Pei Lixiu's tea party at Ximing Tower today would be the height of indulgence. Who could have guessed she'd be intercepted halfway there by someone from her bureau saying there was a political case? Seeing the gathering fall through, she returned alone in frustration. At the bureau, her rear end hadn't even warmed the chair when the first forensic report arrived. The deceased was actually one of Zhang Xiaoqi's subordinates. Though the official coroner's report hadn't come yet, the scene investigation showed the deceased Chu Zioran had died of mechanical asphyxiation. Combined with the scene evidence and the handwritten suicide note left behind, it was undoubtedly suicide by hanging. Of course, she could order an autopsy to further confirm, but Mu Min felt there was no need. The case was absurdly straightforward and required no solving, but Mu Min knew the follow-up wouldn't be so simple. Just as she was pondering how to write up this case, political security sent another notification. Steward Mai Dami of the Liang family had accidentally fallen to his death while sightseeing at Yuexiu Mountain. They requested the police bureau pay close attention to anything suspicious during processing. Climbing a mountain in this heat when it's not even a holiday. Mu Min tossed the note into her file box. She stood up in irritation and paced around her office a few times before returning to her desk and pulling out her personal Glock 17 to clean. Over the years, she developed this habit to ward off bad moods. Having been in policing for years, Mu Min had long since become numb to death. From officially taking up her post in Guangzhou through public order rectification, the witchcraft case, the Guandai Temple incident, one major case after another, and everyone eventually required her to countersign an execution order. If she could handle ordering deaths, what were two people who died on their own? Still, this Chu Zioran. Mu Min thought again of the woman who'd taken her own life. She sighed. Didn't you know that hanging leaves an ugly corpse? Didn't you know your death would bring trouble on your 3 directors? You'd already become an executive committee cadre with good days ahead. What could you possibly not work through? Why earn yourself a criminal label? If her death was personal rather than work-related, Mu Min calculated on Zhang Xiaoqi's behalf. Should she suggest privately asking Dean Deng for a medical certificate of long-term depression for Chu Zioran? As shrewd as Dean Deng was, doing a favor for the finance gods wouldn't be a losing deal. The only trouble was that handwritten letter, now in the investigator's hands. To remove it would require exercising her command authority. Though exercising command authority needed no specific reason beyond, for the benefit of the executive committee and the people, the exercise itself left a record. If certain people in the executive committee took against her and wanted to cause problems, that record, once accessed, would be the perfect excuse, covering for a criminal. Then it occurred to her, the suicide notes had originally been transferred from the tax bureau along with Chu Zioran's clothing. Obviously, The three tax bureau leaders had already read them. If they'd wanted to label Chu Ziorn's death as depression, wouldn't it have been better to simply intercept the letters at the tax bureau stage? Why hadn't they? Slowly pressing the ejected rounds back into the magazine, Mu Min felt herself growing calmer, her hands moving faster. Those unreliable thoughts from earlier seemed like oil floating on water, not touching the deeper workings of her mind at all. Little Zheng. Director Mu. Go notify Tax Bureau Director AI that I need to speak with him and Directors Wang and Zhang. In 1 hour. Yes. As the sedan chair entered the Tax Bureau gates, Mu Min spotted Zhang Xiaoqi standing in front of the office building, apparently anxious as she spoke with someone beside her. Xiaoqi. Mu Min jumped down before the carriage had fully stopped and took Zhang Xiaoqi's hand. Everything all right? Yes. Zhang Xiaoqi waved off the people around her, sending them back. Let's go to the small conference room on the 2nd floor. Really all right? Mu Min asked in a low voice as they walked side by side up the stairs. Qi and the others are working on something. Zhang Xiaoqi didn't answer directly but gave Mu Min a new piece of information. Wu Mu just arrived too, he's already in the conference room. Wu Mu, huh? Mu Min couldn't help but laugh. I was just about to look for him, saves me a trip. The tax bureau's small conference room was actually quite spacious. But now, with a large makeshift blackboard mounted on 4 tables pushed together in the center, the space felt cramped. Mu Min and Wu Mu stood on opposite sides of the blackboard, chalk in hand. The board was already a mess of their lines and circles. Hey, you two, let's pause. Let me interject something. AI Jixin couldn't take it anymore. You both say the tax bureau lacks investigative and analytical experience. Would you think about having our major cases investigation division people come learn from you? Given how stretched you are for manpower, if we could handle some preliminary, basic investigation and analysis, wouldn't that help share the workload? Hearing AI Jixin's proposal, both Mu Min and Wu Mu's expressions flickered momentarily. I'd certainly support it. Mu Min thought briefly and agreed without hesitation. Wu Mu followed suit. I'd personally support it, of course, but I'd still need to request permission from Director Zhao. I was just throwing it out there, thanks to you both. AI Jixin noticed Wu Mu's discomfort and realized he'd overstepped. Let's get back to business. Based on your analysis, the Luo family's Heshengcheng Ju, the one with the least meat, is actually the key point. Correct. Whether it's the financial transactions your tax bureau uncovered or the personnel movements we've been monitoring, one end always circles back to the Luo family. Wu Mu picked up the chalk and drew several horizontal lines, dividing the entire board into 3 layers, with Heshengcheng Ju in the middle. This is the Shi family. This is the Lin family. Wu Mu emphasized the arrow directions and wrote Mai and Liao alongside. This is the Liang family. Our expedited interrogation of Liao Russian yielded a great deal of useful information. He and my Dami, Liang Kunhu's personal steward, are sworn brothers. He's the 3rd ranked. But my Dami is dead. Died at a very convenient time. Now the Liang family is completely clean. Wu Mu smiled helplessly. Our surveillance officer was following from a distance at the time and couldn't confirm exactly how he fell. Director Mu just said her people's on-site investigation found no signs of a struggle, and everyone accompanying my Dami up the mountain was his close relatives and nephews, so we can only tentatively conclude it was suicide. Another suicide. AI Jixin's mood soured at the word. Why do these ancients all favor this approach? All right, Director AI, enough complaining. Let's step back and look. Mu Min added 3 vertical lines to the blackboard. Though the Luo family is key, the Lin, Shi, and Liang families appear to be operating independently, only connected through the Luo family financially. The expedited interrogation records of Liao Russian that Wu Mu showed you. He knew essentially nothing about the other 3 families' actions and arrangements. This means they each have other communication channels. I thought catching the Luo family would let us root them all out. I initially thought the Luo family was Guangzhou's transit station too. Now it looks like at most they're a supply depot. Lin, Shi, and Liang are actually 3 separate lines. Didn't you arrest that Smith fellow? Only caught him this morning. Just started interrogating. He's much tougher than Liao Russian. Director Wu, I'll have to trouble you to interrogate slowly, but please get the fake tax receipts sorted out for me. Sure, I'll note that, and what about you? Interrogation isn't our forte. We'll join Director Mu in sealing up the Shi family first. AI Jixin stood and handed a cup to Wu Mu and Mu Min, one in each hand. The evidence against the Luo and Lin families is solid. No need to wait. We can proceed directly with property seizure. Director Mu, let's commence operations. The seizure operation was led by the two women, Mu Min and Zhang Xiaoqi. Wang Qi had been kept behind by AI Jixin to discuss more pressing matters. The operation went smoothly. The Shi and Lin families seemed to have anticipated this. The entire household, including servants and maids, remained silent. The only noise came during the Guangzhou Ju seizure, when Master Luo Zhixiang shouted a few phrases like, "I am a law-abiding citizen of the Great Song, and I've done business with the executive committee." Lin Zongxiu stood at the foot of the steps and raised his eyelids slightly. The two female short hairs at the main hall entrance were tall and sturdy with fair skin, their features carrying an air of propriety. Though small, exquisite Australian revolvers hung at their waists, they didn't look like brutish thugs. Young Master Lin had seen and heard plenty about court officials handling cases, but today, with it happening to his own family, things felt quite different. The two female short hairs stood with feet together, expressionless, neither speaking to each other nor making small talk, as if each was weighed down by heavy thoughts. Just as he was pondering, the sound of a carriage came from outside the main gate, followed by greetings. "Governor Liu, good day. Comrades, thank you for your hard work." The two female short hairs on the steps also went toward the gate to greet the arrival. As they passed him, young Master Lin wisely bowed his head another fraction, holding his breath and standing silently in place with hands at his sides. In the distance, voices clamored. Lin Zongxiu strained his ears but could only barely make out Grand Prefect Liu loudly saying "good, good, good" 3 times in some nauseating flattery. Hearing this, young Master Lin couldn't help but sneer inwardly. A grown man, master of an entire city, having to fawn so on 2 women. These short-hair bandits weren't just uncouth, they were beyond the pale. Beyond contempt, young Master Lin was also quite baffled by the short-hair's approach today. He was someone who'd seen much of the world. By common sense, the day of property seizure should be the day of ruin. Yet these 2 female short hairs had only ordered their subordinates to seal things up. No moving of valuables, no digging up the entire property. How peculiar. Could there still be room for a turnaround? Next update. Volume 7, 2, Guang's Campaign Section 168, end of chapter. Chapter 2056. The directors meeting. Ever since the tax bureau started auditing his family's accounts, young Master Lin hadn't been idle, inquiring everywhere for information. The general gist was that the short-hair bandits were lawful and punished crimes but not hearts. This reassured young Master Lin somewhat. Though he'd had some dealings with young Master Liang and was vaguely aware of certain matters, it had all been just talk, precious few written records, let alone actually doing anything concrete. He'd given some silver, but all of it went to Yuyuan society. That should be harmless. The short hairs had been in the city for nearly 2 years now. Back when they first arrived, there'd been scholars cursing them on the streets, yet they all seemed fine now. Some had even become fake short-hair cadres. Absolutely shameless. Thinking of this made young Master Lin rather indignant. But on reflection, business had actually been quite good this past year or so, and he'd been spared the usual tributes and etiquette payments. When you thought about it, doing business honestly under Australian rule didn't seem so bad. As long as the short-hair bandits didn't engage in mass guilt by association, his family's resources should be enough to weather this storm. A new dynasty just beginning. Consider it paying for peace. Young Master Lin let out a long breath. That night, the Guangzhou Tax Bureau Director's office was convening a director's meeting. AI Jixin set down the national tax system, tax collection and enforcement provisional regulations compiled by Zhang Xiaoqi and grimaced. Sister Xiaoqi, you've really strengthened a lot of this. Adapting to local conditions, adapting to the times. Isn't it a bit too harsh? AI Jixin pointed to a section. Penalty of 5 to 20 times the amount. I have no objection to you raising the penalty standards there. And raising the late payment surcharge from the old timeline's 0.05% daily to 0.5% daily, I think is also acceptable. But this part after that. In serious cases, penalty of 30 to 50 times the amount and imprisonment, life imprisonment, or death sentence. Is there a problem? By your earlier definitions, evading 50 yuan in taxes means reporting to Fu Yaoti's place. This isn't the old timeline. Once a man goes in there, even if it's just for a month, the whole family collapses completely with no chance of recovery. You're pushing people to their deaths. To their deaths. My dear Director AI, do you know how much we've set as the maximum fixed tax for mid-size merchants in Guangzhou? Only 32 yuan a year. 50 yuan is nearly 2 years of evasion. Anyone capable of pulling that off is most likely one of those big households. This rule is made for them. AI Jixin turned to Wang Qi and noticed his face twitch unnaturally twice, then asked meaningfully, Brother Wang, I recall you participated fully in these penalty regulations. She mainly did it. We discussed some points, and I remember sending telegrams to solicit your opinions at the time. Wang Qi kept his head down, continuing to flip through the lower volume of the regulations. Director AI, let me put it this way. After you assigned the task, Qi and I ran around to various counties in Hainan. We asked cadres we've trained ourselves and retained clerks from the old system, all frontline collection and enforcement personnel. If you don't believe me, I have notes back in my dorm that I can bring. No need, no need. AI Jixin waved his hands repeatedly. Before the draft took shape, Qi also reminded me to make the tax bureau's work into the executive committee's work. Zhang Xiaoqi picked up her cup, took a sip, and continued as if to herself. I also consulted separately with Cheng Dong, Ma Jia, Ran Yao, Wu De, Li Mei, and Ma Xiang, laid out the general direction and got their thoughts. Everyone more or less gave this female elder face, and their responses were quite honest. I incorporated their reasonable suggestions. Also, when we finalized the draft, you yourself said these regulations did an excellent job embodying the fundamental principles of strict and severe, and heavy punishment in troubled times. Zhang Xiaoqi was somewhat annoyed that AI Jixin was now picking holes in an already promulgated document, and her words carried barbs. Haha, Director Zhang, I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that I was alone in Guangzhou at the time, with all sorts of miscellaneous matters piling up. I completely forgot these details in the chaos. You're right. These damn landlords need a good thrashing to put them in their place. My memory failed me. A flicker of displeasure crossed AI Jixin's face before quickly being replaced by an earnest, I was wrong expression. The less than harmonious discussion in the conference room stemmed from how to handle the Luo, Lin, and Qi families, now firmly in their grasp. The Luo family needed no discussion. On economic issues alone, they had 7 or 8 verified charges including forged documents, informal IOUs, and fictitious debts. Steward Liao had even used Luo Jixiang's personal notes to participate in underground anti-executive committee groups and provide funding. Any one charge was enough for property confiscation and family extermination. The Xi family, meanwhile, was nearly spotless on economics. The only suspicious points, the large brokerage fees destination and the Hong Kong warehouse issues, were obviously not the tax bureau's concern. They could only wait for Wu Mu's news. Comparing the two, the Lin family, which had practically been running around naked under the executive committee's nose and was the first the tax bureau had dug up, became the focus of contention. First, political security had already indicated that Lin Zengxiu was a peripheral figure with no evidence of actual participation in the underground group's activities. Second, Young Master Lin had officially separated from the main household last year and established his own branch. Though not officially registered, most street-front shop shares had already been transferred to his name, with only the family residence and rural properties remaining with the main household. This made the tax bureau's seizure of all Lin family assets look like guilt by association. Third, the Lin family had an excellent attitude toward their crimes, accepting all penalties without question. Given these circumstances, AI Jixin felt the Lin family should pay their way to survival. With the Luo and Shi families as chickens to slaughter, that was enough. Handling the Lin family this way could demonstrate the executive committee's legal precision and measured severity. But Director Zhang, let me be honest, the Lin family doesn't just have Lin Zengxiu as a son. He's separated now, and everything discovered falls under his name. If you insist on going after him, they might just stiffen their necks. Then all we could do is seize and auction off Lin Zengxiu's assets and hang him from a lamppost. How much would that scrape together? Liu Xiang urgently needs cash, not these real estate assets. Let him off, and the old Lin patriarch will surely pay to fill his son's hole. That's liquid money. Like the old timeline, there were plenty of examples of paying for victim reconciliation to get reduced sentences. I think we could learn from that. You just want their silver and can't bear to give up the pretty rule of law facade. Exactly. Being mountain bandits is satisfying, but doesn't that violate our spirit of rule by law? AI Jixin spread his hands, looking like he was all ears for a better idea. Heh, rule by law, tusk. And lawful concubine taking and lawfully sleeping with secretaries. The executive committee's law really covers everything, so thoughtful. Zhang Xiaoqi, apparently triggered by something, started ranting again. Now, before AI Jixin's expression could even change, Wang Qi's face had already turned quite ugly. Though her words seemed to make sense, they were actually an attack on the executive committee's heart, and unavoidably carried a hint of insulting AI Jixin by implication. If AI Jixin wanted to make trouble, spreading this around in Lingao would guarantee neither of them would come out well. Right now they were important technical cadres, so naturally no one would do anything. But tax work wasn't exactly high-energy physics. Naturalized citizens could master it in a few years. This kind of talk, once spoken, couldn't be taken back. Who knew if 10 or 20 years from now, someone might dig up this record to settle old scores with them? Oh my, Director Zhang, AI Jixin remained unruffled. Please don't go off on tangents. This rule by law business, it's state policy, passed by the executive committee. Let's not get too off track. Let's stick to the matter at hand. His reaction made Wang Qi even more uneasy. Swallowing insults without reacting, that wasn't a good sign. Lin Zengxiu played games with the shops, running them into the ground daily, long since insolvent. Zhang Xiaoqi picked up the Lin family ledger and flipped through it. Seized directly an auction. Isn't he trying to be clever with us? This time we'll show him what too clever by half really means. The auction proceeds won't go into the treasury yet. Keep them as temporary deposits. Let's see how those conjured from thin air master craftsmen and head managers come to claim this debt. After the one-year deposit period expires, balance the account straight into the national treasury. As for the unpaid taxes, late fees, and penalties, the auction money is sitting there waiting to pay debts. Where would there be anything left for back taxes? Large amount, not paying a single fen of back taxes. Young Master Lin absolutely qualifies as serious circumstances. Lin Zengxiu is the Lin family's most promising son and the eldest at that. If there's even a sliver of a chance, would the Lin family not try to save him? There we go. You've gone around in a big circle, but isn't that just what I said, having the old patriarch pay to save his son? Pay to avoid disaster, Zhang Xiaoqi laughed triumphantly. Without this detour, if we directly auctioned Lin Zengxiu's assets, the auction proceeds could offset taxes according to regulations. He'd only need to pay out a portion more. But this way, he gets nothing. His old patriarch has to cover the whole thing. Doesn't this protect our tax bureau's lawful reputation while squeezing out a much larger sum for you? Zhang Zioki usually gave AI Jixin the impression of a busybody middle-aged auntie who loved gossip. Today's sudden twists and turns gave AI Jixin a sense of unfamiliarity, but after a brief silence, he put on a smiling face again. So this is turning their own plan against them. Haha, thank you, Director AI, paying to avoid disaster. We're going to make the Lin family pay to buy disaster. Quite pleased with herself, Zhang Zioki pointed out several figures in the ledger for AI Jixin to see. Director AI, see these numbers. Very important. Young Master Lin's unpaid taxes, late fees and penalties, plus the assessed value of property taxes the Lin family normally declares. The amount the Lin family has to pay for Lin Zengxiu far exceeds what they've been declaring. Doesn't that constitute false declaration with suspected tax evasion? The tax bureau never lies. We don't do double punishment for one offense, but we— Zhang Zioki smoothed her hair and said leisurely, prosecute every violation to the fullest. Next update. Volume 7-2 Guang's Campaign Section 169, End of Chapter. Chapter 2057. Land tax. Though Zhang Zioki spoke these 4 words lightly, AI Jixin knew that according to the penalty regulations in his hands, just 6 months of late fees alone would be enough to doom the Lin family, not to mention the 50-fold penalty afterward. If this chain of charges went through, the Lin family would probably hang themselves without anyone else having to lift a finger. Do you think the Lin family will try to rescue him or not? I think they will. I don't believe they could anticipate this angle, and even if they did, we'd only lose 1 bite at most. No big deal. Anyway, once they lose their city properties, they'll just become landlords and we'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with them later. Seeing AI Jixin remain silent, Zhang Zioki picked up her cup, gently blew away the tea leaves floating on top, took a large gulp, then spat the tea leaves back into the cup. Director AI, I think we shouldn't focus only on this one case. We also need to work with commerce to stimulate the economy and cultivate tax sources. Looking at this Lin family situation, food and entertainment in the city plus rental income, land and property in the countryside. A typical damn landlord, no technical content whatsoever, and stubbornly uncooperative. If we want to prosper the market and establish our own economic system, we first need to knock down people like this. Zhang Zioki's attitude toward the Lin family wasn't without reason. During previous dinners with Zheng Shangji and Pei Lixiu, both had mentioned more than once that in Guangzhou's dining and entertainment industry, the Lin family had monopolized nearly half of the upscale establishments. With so many properties, they naturally also held considerable sway in the city's rental market, and the high rents were obviously seriously affecting Zheng Shangji's plans to stimulate small-scale private capital. Wait, there's a loophole in your plan. If those temporarily deposited funds aren't claimed by creditors in the end, they should still go back to the Lin family, not directly into the national treasury. AI Jixin struggled a bit. What if all the claimants are gone? Zhang Zioki looked at the ledger without raising her head. Director Zhang, you're— Yes, kill them. Zhang Zioki's blunt words nearly made AI Jixin choke on his tea. Wang Qi quickly changed the subject. Actually, all 3 families are easy to handle, it's just a matter of degree. Besides, there's no need to take their lives. Send them to Fu Yaoti's place to work, or arrange for them to colonize Jeju or Taiwan. Let's talk about the Liang family instead. Are we really just going to sit on the sidelines? Going to Fu Yaoti's place is no different from execution. Might as well just hang them and get it over with. If we really want to spare their lives, there are plenty of options. For now, this is how things stand. AI Jixin was a bit deflated. That fellow was ruthless, a clean break to save himself. I'm sure that steward didn't commit suicide, or if he did, it was assisted. With a soft sigh, AI Jixin still felt unwilling to let this big fish, the Liang family, slip away. Are we just going to wait for news from political security? I have an idea, see if it makes sense. We may not be as good as political security or the police at interrogating and catching people, but doing bad things, especially big bad things, costs money. The bigger the crime, the more money it takes. That's our strength. I'm thinking we should start with the Liang family's rural properties and put a noose around their neck. That's their foundation. If they jump, they're rushing to die. If they don't jump, they're waiting to die. I'd like to see how they thrash about. Director AI, I was just thinking about that land tax discussion we had earlier. Hearing you say this gives me an approach. Wang Qi subtly flattered AI Jixin, helping smooth things over for his wife. Brother, tell us quickly. The reason Wang Qi's land tax had such an awkward name, rather than land use tax or land ownership tax, was entirely because even after 8 years since the crossing, the executive committee still hadn't worked out the land ownership question. Every year at the executive committee meetings, certain land issues invariably triggered a full-scale battle. Though the executive committee had basically reached consensus on state ownership of land, articles in the Morning Star debated endlessly about what form and title should be used to certify current private land holdings, and whether land transfers involved ownership, perpetual rights, or use rights. For many, this was a matter of national foundation on which they absolutely could not compromise. Wang Qi naturally kept as far away from this as possible. Though land tax hadn't yet been implemented on the mainland, it had already been fully rolled out across the Hainan region. With October approaching, the annually levied land tax was about to enter its collection period. The executive committee's land tax crudely sidestepped various multi-layer subletting issues by directly designating the primary holder as the collection target. For land originally belonging to natives, the primary holder, the person named on the deed, was the collection target. For land allocated by the executive committee to natives or naturalized citizens, the recipient naturally became the collection target. This was mainly to prepare policy for future colonial expansion. Land was divided into agricultural land and urban land, with land type determined by local county level or higher government. For agricultural land, using the county as the unit, the local government certified normal annual yield served as the tax base, with land area excluding homestead as the bracket standard. A progressive bracket system applied. The larger the area, the higher the rate. The lowest bracket was 10%, the highest 40%, with no separate agricultural products tax. Wetlands, marshes, and similar terrain were taxed at half rate. Cleared wasteland was exempt for 5 years and not counted toward total holdings. This rate was determined by comprehensively considering various factors, basically ensuring that with the same land area and fertility, using old farming methods would result in significant losses, while using Tiandahui services and technology would yield obvious surplus improvements, while still maintaining a gap with state farm earnings. The progressive rate was adopted because the executive committee was locked in fierce internal debate over land distribution, especially rural land. Currently, though, there was relatively little dispute over Wu Nanhai's proposal to suppress land consolidation and hit rental landlords while supporting operational landlords, so the finance ministry was tentatively basing its plan on this approach. For urban land, a tiered fixed-amount levy was implemented. There were 3 tiers, with the lowest standard at 5 fen per 100 square meters per year, increasing with each tier. Properties under 100 square meters were exempt. Regulations also specified that regardless of land type, multiple holders registered under the same household would have their areas combined for taxation. Having land tax naturally meant property tax had to follow. This was simpler, a direct 0.5% annual levy based on the general fair market value of comparable properties in the same location and type, assessed every 5 years or upon application. This meant the 2 major components of real estate in AI Jixin's property tax had been separately itemized, with the remaining portions, loose assets, production tools, and other miscellaneous items, all lumped into an other category. This arrangement had deep reasoning. First, property tax was the first tax category Director AI had personally designed after taking office, so dismantling it so quickly would be quite a loss of face. Second, there was policy continuity. The executive committee had liberated Guangzhou less than 2 years ago, and changing tax categories left and right wouldn't do. Adding items was much more subtle. Third, landlords still had enormous amounts of silver hidden away, out of circulation. Though the Tax Bureau and Guangzhou municipal government had already jointly planned a scheme called pulling radishes, as long as the big households hadn't generally reduced their hoarding behavior, rashly abolishing taxes on non-real estate assets would obviously cause tax revenue loss. Moreover, if this provision were eliminated, the Tax Bureau officials today would have trouble hanging the entire Lin family from lampposts. To complement the property tax reform, the Tax Bureau had also preliminarily drafted a land and property appreciation tax as a safety net. This tax was mainly to combat hoarding and speculation in land and property. Since timing wasn't urgent, it was planned for implementation in year 37 or 38. The tax was based on the appreciation amount at the time of land or property transactions, using the appreciation rate as the bracket standard in a super rate progressive system. Given the financial costs of the new timeline, the threshold was tentatively set at 25% appreciation rate. Appreciation over 25% but under 50% would be taxed at 30% on the appreciated portion, over 50% but under 75% at 50%, and so on. Anything over 100% would be taxed at 80%. With tax categories set, the next step was collection. The city was easy, the countryside was hard. How to collect agricultural taxes had the 3 tax bureau leaders racking their brains. Facing the vast rural areas, strict collection meant insufficient manpower, while loose collection wouldn't satisfy the executive committee. After much deliberation, they adopted a tiered management model, dividing all territory under executive committee rule into 3 levels based on degree of grassroots control: newly occupied areas, advancing areas, and consolidated areas. Newly occupied areas referred to regions just brought under executive committee rule, or where executive committee authority couldn't effectively control the grassroots. For these areas, the Tax Bureau would in principle assign 2 cadres as components of the local military commission or government, under dual leadership of both local authority and the Tax Bureau, responsible for fiscal and tax work respectively. Taxes throughout, urban and rural, would uniformly use reasonable burden, with rural tax collection potentially retaining the current model of the Executive Committee's public-private Dacheng rice shop collecting on their behalf. Consolidated areas referred to regions where the Executive Committee had achieved government reaching the village level, most representatively the counties and cities of the Hainan region. In these areas, through the Executive Committee's good reputation, higher purchase prices, and years of effective disaster prevention and relief systems, ordinary people regardless of landholding size had generally developed the habit of selling grain to DeLong. According to recent field surveys by the Tiandahui and Civil Affairs Ministry, farming households, including large landowners, had all seen significant drops in their stored grain surpluses. Given this, and considering their own manpower constraints, the Tax Bureau proposed an improved unified purchase collection method for consolidated areas. Next update. Volume 7 2 Guang's Campaign Section 170 End of Chapter. Chapter 2058. The new unified purchase AI Jixin had burned his fingers on naming issues before, so the actual title of this collection method was Resolution on the Tax Bureau commissioning the Dechang State Agricultural Products Company to collect and remit rural taxes on its behalf. Aside from the words on and resolution, it had nothing to do with the old timelines, unified purchase and sale. In fact, even though some elders at Wujiaku jokingly called it unified purchase, the executive committee version was vastly different from the old timeline. The old timeline policy's full name was Resolution on Implementing Planned Grain Purchase and Planned Grain Supply, 1953. The planned purchase was colloquially called Unified Purchase, while planned supply was called Unified Sale. Later, the scope expanded to include cotton, yarn, cloth, and cooking oil. Naturally, given the Executive Committee's governance capacity, implementing administrative unified purchase and sale was neither possible nor necessary. Thus, in the joint resolution issued by the Tax Bureau together with Agriculture and Commerce, setting aside that the Executive Committee had directly eliminated unified sale, even the new unified purchase differed from the old timeline's reliance on state power to force farmers to sell grain to the government and prohibit free grain trade. The Executive Committee's unified purchase policy was more of an advocacy. Instead of relying on administrative measures, it primarily used market economic tools. Leveraging lower transportation and storage costs, plus the organizational management advantages of the State Agricultural Products Company, the Dechang State Agricultural Products Company in stable governance areas handled the purchasing. Dechang was a first-tier state policy company formed after DeLong was reorganized as a commercial bank, and its grain processing operations were spun off. It was controlled by the Planning Commission's State Assets Management Office. Through cross-shareholding and acquisitions, it also controlled Dacheng Rice Shop, essentially the core operation and its front company. The new agricultural products company could use higher purchase prices as economic incentives to attract farmers to sell grain, achieving the unified purchase goal. Simultaneously, when purchasing grain, it would directly collect and remit farmers' land taxes on their behalf, convenient for farmers and greatly reducing collection costs and manpower. Regarding potential fraud, Wang Qi took a relaxed view. First, management and cost control were inherently hard to achieve simultaneously. Expecting 17th century people to do what even 21st century people couldn't was a joke. With few personnel and low quality, focus on the main contradiction and get the taxes collected. The rest could be addressed through more inspections and gradual improvements. Second, Dechang's total grain purchase volume, local cultivation area, and tax revenue could form a three-way cross-checking relationship. Large-scale, high-volume fraud would actually be harder to pull off. As for concerns about farmers selling grain to native merchants and thereby evading taxes, the three didn't think it was a major problem. Setting aside that with Dechang's purchase prices, few native merchants could compete. Even at identical prices, native merchants buying directly from farmers would face untaxed standards during transport and sale, requiring them to pay business tax plus back payment of land tax at higher rates on the grain sold. Grain wasn't like small items, it was bulk cargo. In consolidated areas, there would basically be no unmonitored situations. As for native merchants claiming the grain they sold was already taxed, the Tax Bureau had left a backup measure. After paying taxes, merchants could take their tax completion certificates to the local tax bureau of the grain's origin for a refund, fair and reasonable. But considering the new timelines lending interest rates and logistics time, this would significantly increase native merchants' financial costs, making competing with Dechang for grain purchases clearly unprofitable. Besides, those who could supply large quantities of grain to merchants were invariably large landowners. With big families and properties to protect, they probably wouldn't dare take such risks without executive committee approval, let alone play games with taxes. The survival space left for native grain merchants was the remote areas where Dechang couldn't penetrate. The overall approach was, Dechang eats the meat, native merchants drink the soup and gnaw the bones. All these differences ultimately traced back to the different sources of industrialization funding. The executive committee could rely on the excess foreign trade profits from its technology and industry, plus scissors differential trade with Southeast Asia and European countries, to provide resources for industrialization. Unlike the old timelines China, which could only rely on administrative force to extract industrialization funds semi-gratuitously from farmers. So in the executive committee's positioning, the countryside was mainly meant to provide stable grain sources and industrial raw materials for the non-agricultural population, and more importantly, to serve as a human resources reservoir. On both fronts, the executive committee preferred solving problems through economic means rather than exhausting its limited, not very skilled naturalized cadres. Advancing areas referred to regions between newly occupied and consolidated areas, places where executive committee governance had spread, but couldn't yet guarantee grassroots control throughout all jurisdictions. For these areas, the Tax Bureau planned a rolling advancement approach. Select capable, politically reliable naturalized cadres to form working groups dispatched to areas meeting grassroots control standards, assist local governments in establishing complete fiscal and tax systems, then transfer authority to local tax bureaus. Combining civil and military approaches, they would handle tax publicity while coordinating with local national army and government forces over a 2-year period to conduct multiple rounds of mandatory surplus grain inspections. Grain had been designated a national priority resource by the executive committee. The main targets would be landowners with substantial holdings, persuading them to sell surplus grain to the local Dechang company. The goal was to consolidate wherever they advanced. The Tax Bureau's scheme and the establishment of the Dechang State Agricultural Products Company had proceeded smoothly, entirely because the executive committee had recognized the importance of establishing its own grain system, especially in this new timeline, where grain could be considered an extremely precious strategic resource. The executive committee's preliminary plan was to rely on Dechang, using rural land tax as the primary source, to establish a county-province central 3-tier grain collection and storage system. Beyond the usual disaster preparedness, famine relief, and strategic supply functions, this system could also serve as a stabilizer and compass for society-wide grain supply and demand pricing. Not only that, behind this plan, the Tax Bureau had also proactively prepared a set of detailed regulations for land and property taxes, kept in reserve for the imminent war between local elders and the Central State Council. These detailed regulations gave local chief executives great autonomy in 3 areas. First was the determination of land type and normal annual yield, both determined by local county level or higher government, with notification to the central authority. Second, the Tax Bureau headquarters guidance amount for urban land tax was only the minimum baseline. Local governments could set upward pricing, with a maximum cap of 30 times the guidance amount per tier. Finally, when collecting agricultural land tax, local governments could offer tax reductions of up to 20% of the total tax amount based on agricultural product type and payment method, in kind or currency. This benefited not just local governments, which could conveniently guide farmers to pay taxes in grain or currency depending on current needs. More importantly, when a locality was a single crop production area requiring more transport capacity for external sales, they could use a combination of canceling in-kind reductions, increasing currency reductions, and lowering Dechang handling fee rebates to raise Dechang's costs, pressure Dechang to lower purchase prices, and thus make things profitable for native merchants, borrowing private sector power to transport and sell local agricultural products. Every time he thought about this, Wang Qi had to sigh internally, "I'm clearly a leftist. Why do I keep acting like some right-wing petty bourgeois? With so much Liang family property, where should we start?" Having finished with land tax, AI Jixin felt troubled again. The sheep was so fat it was hard to take a bite. Xington Township, Shun's Xington Township. Zhang Xiaoqi said without hesitation. The materials say the Liang family is from the Xingtan Liangs. They only moved to Guangzhou during Liang Kunhu's grandfather's generation. The clan lands, ancestral property, and ancestral graves are all in Xingtan. He likes cutting off his tail to survive. Let's see how he cuts this one off. Don't, not like this. Too provocative, won't look good. Seeing his wife had gotten her killing momentum going, Wang Qi quickly called a stop. I think it's better to start from the surrounding villages and towns. There must be plenty of surrendered properties around Xingtan. I agree with Director I's suggestion. Tighten the noose slowly and watch him jump. That's the interesting part. Besides, the Liang family has connections with the executive committee. If we're too ruthless, it'll negatively affect many future operations, didn't Director Wen say. Those who helped us back then, we need to show every courtesy. People like this who play the whore and still want to. And there's a practical issue you haven't considered. Wang Qi passed the cup to Zhang Xiaoqi, cutting off her interjection. Xingtan Township is in Shund, not Guangzhou. As far as I know, our control there is only moderate at best. So even setting aside risk just for investigation and evidence gathering, we shouldn't choose there. Then what's your recommendation, old Wang? Foshan. Start with Foshan County. Wang Qi stood and walked to the map hanging on the opposite wall. Look here. He pointed to Foshan County on the map. One of the Ming's 4 great townships, a key target for the northern campaign, one of the logistics bases. Not counting other units' armed forces, there's a permanently stationed National Army squadron alone. Convenient transportation. He opened his personal notebook. Foshan has now been upgraded from township to county. The county chief is Liu Si from 13 villages, reportedly good political awareness and management ability. Rumor has it he once dealt with bandits and facilitated that major bandit suppression victory for Du Wen and Dong Weiwei, so he's clearly capable. The deputy county chief is Lin Ming, a Ming Dynasty Jiniyue centurion. Holy shit, Jiniyue. Hearing this, AI Jixin excitedly swore. Yes. People like this are local powerhouses, not only familiar with all parties, but his former position means he definitely has some understanding of the Liang family. That'll definitely help our work greatly. I have a passage here about the Liang family's situation in Foshan that he wrote. It says when Liang Kunhu's grandfather Liang Yaonian was an official, he got his hometown nephews installed in Foshan as treasury managers for the Provincial Administration Commission. Next update. Volume 7, 2, Guang's Campaign Section 171, End of Chapter. Chapter 2059, Temporary Assignment Training Treasury Manager. That's a very lucrative position. Mines fall under his jurisdiction, don't they? Yes. Wang Qi took a sip of water and continued. The Liang family's assets there are probably substantial. Starting from there lets us strike at the root. We have another favorable condition. Foshan will soon become the Executive Committee's governance model district. The entire Executive Committee will be watching. Coordinating with local forces will be much easier for us. Governance model. They're not even assigning an elder as county chief. How can they grasp the spirit? Zhang Xiaoqi asked curiously. You don't know about this. AI Jixin said. You weren't at the regional meeting when they communicated the documents last time. The notice said young elders 16 and older will soon be assigned for temporary training positions, and the location is Foshan. I see. What a luxury lineup, Zhang Xiaoqi exclaimed in surprise. That's right, ultra-luxury lineup. We're cultivating the third echelon now. Sending a group of children down to the grassroots for temporary positions, isn't that a bit reckless? This isn't Speaker Kaien's idea, is it? Zhang Xiaoqi wasn't very approving. His opinion is definitely part of it, but everyone has this thought, I suppose, AI Jixin said. By the way, Director Zhang, Director Wang, your daughter is also going to Foshan for temporary assignment. The notice should arrive soon. Zhang Xiaoqi murmured, is this really appropriate? It feels strange to me. What's inappropriate about it? Wang Qi looked quite pleased. Muking isn't young anymore. It's time for practical training to prepare her for being an heir. I don't think there's anything inappropriate either. How old was little Zhang when she came to Guangzhou? Only about 18. She's the principal of the Guangzhou Cadre Academy now, and isn't she doing well? Zhang Zioki worried. She's still young, and she's a girl. I'm not comfortable with her being sent to a pacified zone. As she spoke, she rose to get the telegram book. Hey, what are you doing? Wang Qi stopped his wife. Going to telegram the general office to say I disagree with Zioking going to Fashion for temporary assignment. If she must do temporary training, it should be in Guangzhou. Everyone else is going, but she alone doesn't go. Isn't that inappropriate? I don't care. Zioking absolutely cannot go to Fashion for temporary assignment. Wang Qi hastily tried to persuade her, arguing that this is the executive committee's unified arrangement. Being too special wouldn't be appropriate. But Zhang Zioki's attitude was firm, no discussion. Temporary assignment was fine, but it had to be in Guangzhou. If Director Zhang really insists, why not have her assigned to our tax bureau? AI Jixin suggested. She'd have the temporary assignment credentials, and tax bureau work is demanding. We're handling a major case. Let Zioking participate nominally. Wang Qi glared at AI Jixin, silently cursing. Why are you muddying the waters? Getting assigned to the tax bureau would do Wang Muking's future development absolutely no good. However, the suggestion obviously touched Zhang Zioki's heart. She said somewhat hesitantly, the tax bureau is a department where we hold leadership positions. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Don't avoid recommending the worthy just because they're related, AI Jixin said. Speaker Kaian's daughter became the first secretary of the Yuan Youth League, and he didn't say it was inappropriate. He even actively participates in Yuan Youth League activities to support his daughter. Besides, elder seats are hereditary anyway. No matter where they're assigned, it's all training for future leadership positions. What's there to be concerned about? This left Wang Qi speechless. Indeed, he wasn't just some civil servant working for the government, he was the government. From this perspective, AI Jixin was absolutely right. Now AI Jixin was really getting going. Besides, Director Zhang, you're the backbone of our bureau. If your daughter goes off to Fashion, you'll definitely be worried sick and unable to work properly. That would probably significantly impact our tax bureau's work. Seeing his wife about to be talked over by AI Jixin, Wang Qi quickly interjected. I think we need to respect our daughter's opinion on this. Sister Zhang, hasn't that always been your educational philosophy? Let children decide what they can decide for themselves. Parents shouldn't interfere or arrange too much. This counterattacked Zhang Zioki from the flank. Seeing his wife considering this, Wang Qi deployed the delay tactic. This temporary assignment won't start immediately. Let's go home and discuss it properly, also get Zioking's own opinion. How about that? After he put it this way, Zhang Zioki also felt that insisting on telegraphing immediately was a bit rash, so she shelved the matter, planning to think it over carefully at home. Wang Qi silently exclaimed, close call. He'd managed to delay this crisis for now. As for how to convince his wife afterward, well, Director Wang had naturally cultivated that skill to perfection. Even if he wasn't 100% confident, he was at least 70–80% there. If they're all young elders on temporary assignment, someone must be in overall charge, right? Zhang Zioki continued asking. Naturally. According to the document I saw, first there's Yi Menjian accompanying them throughout. You know little Yi, though he's our generation, his actual age is only a few years older than the children. Wang Qi said. And he's from a military background. Having him lead the group will definitely ensure the children's safety. For the administrative side, someone else is at the helm. Who? Jiang Yuanji. He's now the administrative commissioner for the Guangzhou region, leading a team of about 20 people, specifically responsible for inspecting the various prefectures and counties in the Guangzhou region that don't have elder county chiefs assigned. Wang Qi explained. Jiang Yuanji, he used to teach at Fang Qiadi's vocational education department and even taught financial accounting and abacus to our tax training class. Zhang Zioki had been colleagues with Jiang Yuanji and clearly knew him better. Abacus. He can use an abacus. AI Jixin was somewhat surprised. Of course, he even won abacus awards as a child. Otherwise, why would I have asked him to teach? No wonder he's thin as an abacus rod. Since you know him, that makes things easier. We're going to Fashion to handle the case right when the young elders are coming for temporary assignment. We can let them get somewhat involved. That way the pressure will be greater. We can take bigger policy steps. Wang Qi immediately understood this was preparation to use the young elders as a shield. With young elders on temporary assignment, the executive committee's tolerance for errors would naturally be much higher. Let's try to follow policy guidelines on that. Director Zhang, at that time we'll have to trouble you too. Hearing AI Jixin say this, Zhang Zhaoqi also responded politely. No problem. Who told you to put him in the team leader position? Director Zhang, you're being modest. I think no one is more suited to be team leader than Director Wang. I agree with everything you've said. We'll start from Fashion. First thing tomorrow morning I'll contact Jiang Yuanji. Oh, give me a break. Wang Qi wore an expression of don't think I don't know what you're thinking. No one more suited than me, you say. There are only 3 people in this room. Ha ha ha. With work matters settled, the 3 of them naturally relaxed somewhat. AI Jixin habitually began teasing the Wang couple. How's that breeding program you two set up working out? Breeding program was AI Jixin's joking name for the tax bureau's recent afterwork training. The proposal came from Wang Qi and Zhang Zhaoqi. The reasoning was that many single naturalized cadres who'd graduated from Fengqiati were now around 20 years old, in Ming terms, whether male or female, thoroughly late to marry. Young people without ties had unsettled minds, and there was Han Yue's precedent as a warning. Du Yibin and Wang Jun's group wedding idea had given them a thought, since the executive committee could arrange marriages. It could also promote free romance by giving young men and women more opportunities for contact. So Wang Qi had recently not only reduced afterwork training frequency to give them time to stroll the streets, but also only lectured until the mid-session break. After that, those with families could go home while single cadres continued self-study. Wang Qi didn't stay in the classroom watching them either. He just closed the door and let them do as they pleased. At first, the young people were all tense, sitting properly and reading. Later, discovering that Director Wang never came back, and it was always the class monitor who announced dismissal and locked up, they gradually grew bolder, chatting, joking, changing seats. The classroom became quite lively. After more than a month, by AI Jixin and Wang Qi's observation, at least 3 couples had formed within the tax bureau. Whether they'd actually marry was another matter, but at least it was a good start. At one meal, AI Jixin boasted to other elders at the table. Given the male-female ratio among naturalized cadres, this attracted quite a few people thinking about finding wives for their subordinates at the female-heavy tax bureau. So first Mu Min took the lead. Then everyone urged Wang Qi to organize training for single naturalized cadres across the municipal government and Guangzhou station units following the tax bureau model. You're the breeding station. Zhang Zhaoqi wasn't offended, sitting down next to Wang Qi with her cup. Your husband here is a leader who truly cares about comrades. Oh, get out of here. Wang Qi's expression wasn't as good as his wife's. I'm in such trouble now. Do you know how many people there are? Over 100 just in the initial batch. Liu Xiang is playing dumb over there, saying good, good, good non-stop, talking about promoting the experience. What training? Just convert Zhang Yumi's cadre school into a matchmaking corner. That's different. Yumi is still a young, unmarried woman. Mentioning Zhang Yumi made AI Jixin's eyelid twitch involuntarily. Leaving that aside, how is the rest different? This is learning. Can we call what happens between classmates matchmaking? Thinking of the Wang couple's situation, AI Jixin waved it off. You don't understand. Just do it. If you feel the content isn't good enough, just ramble using that lecture outline Liu Xiang organized before. Grab a few conscripts from various departments. Too many people. I think we should do it in batches, no more than 40 people each time. Wang Qi indicated surrender. Whatever works. Anyway, I've never done anything like introducing people to potential partners. Ha ha ha, old Wang, you two capable folks will just have to work harder. Next update. Volume 7-2 Guang's Campaign Section 172, End of Chapter. Chapter 2060. The dust settled Squire. He sat behind the desk in his study, face expressionless as he looked at the slip of paper in his hands, though inwardly he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So this was what the Australian's important notice looked like. Nothing more than a thin sheet of white paper with a few lines of small text. Honestly, it was shabbier than even a wanted notice. Shabby was shabby, but since the heading prominently displayed invitation, couldn't they at least have put it in a folder? It seemed this group of uncouth fellows had utterly discarded all sense of propriety. Just this one sheet, Squire, he raised an eyebrow. Looking toward his steward, he sees standing deferentially to one side, hands at his sides and breath held. Reporting to master, indeed just this one sheet. After receiving it, this servant deliberately lingered in that room for a bit and observed that every household steward received only this thin paper, nothing else. Even Master Gao's steward Yang got the same. If there were no other documents, did the clerk at the Chamber of Commerce office give any verbal instructions? Reporting to master, there weren't any. Please rest assured, this servant wouldn't be careless about such matters. When we entered the room, someone led us to queue up at a table, and each person signed a register after receiving the paper. That clerk was quite young. Apart from asking for your name, he didn't say a single extra word. After hearing he sees report, Squire, he responded noncommittally and picked up the paper again to study it. There were only a few lines, nothing particularly significant. It simply said that in 5 days Guangzhou's court, not government office, would be hearing the recent stamp tax case, and observers were welcome. Calling it an invitation wasn't quite right. Notice would be more accurate. Yes, notice. Squire, he thought of this new term. Everything about the Australians was just this cold, without any courtesy whatsoever. The case itself wasn't surprising. The streets had been buzzing about nothing else lately. Not only had it been in the Yangcheng Express, but it was being wildly discussed in tea-houses. Chu Zioran's suicide in particular had added a certain legendary quality to the affair. Of course, as a literate, cultured person, Squire, he disdained listening to these embellished versions of after-dinner gossip. The Australians' newspapers were what he'd most enjoyed reading lately. Though merely a Juran, He Wei was a member of the famous Shaoan He clan of Guangzhou, indeed, of all Guangdong. Speaking of this family, throughout Guangzhou and even Guangdong, they could be called thunderously famous. Since the Song dynasty, they had been the wealthiest and most powerful lineage of landlords in the Pearl River Delta region. The profits gained from developing large tracts of alluvial land sustained flourishing success in the imperial examinations, which in turn further consolidated the Shaoan He clan's power and cohesion. By the Ming and Qing dynasties, the officials of the Shaoan Patrol Office were mostly monopolized by the He surname. Yet precisely because the clan's influence was too prominent, He Wei felt a sense of unease. The Australians governed with meticulous strictness, practicing legalist rule. They would hardly look kindly on lineages that monopolized local power. Playing local tyrant might be pleasant, but being settled up with by a real emperor meant the calamity of family destruction. So he constantly studied Australian movements, not just for himself, but to help the clan avoid disaster. He Wei had connections with Liu Dailin. So earlier in the year, he had specifically visited Liu Dailin in Lingao. After returning, Squire, he gradually learned to read between the lines of newspaper articles, and increasingly felt these Australians were truly fascinating. To think they would widely publicize even matters of strategic calculation. The only thing puzzling Squire he was the last line of the invitation. Units and individuals receiving this notice who confirm they will attend the court hearing are requested to register at the Guangzhou Municipal Court within 3 days. Squire, he could now more or less read the new vernacular, but the Australian's thinking sometimes eluded him. Combined with the earlier mass trial, did this invitation to observe indicate some established practice for Australian trials, or were they preparing to slaughter a few chickens to show them blood? Seeing his master nod slightly, he stepped half a step closer and said quietly, "Master, shall this servant go register at the court first?" "No rush." Squire, he set down the notice, picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip before speaking slowly. "You just mentioned seeing Steward Yan. Didn't you ask how Master Gao plans to handle this?" Reporting to Master, this servant naturally made inquiries. The Gao household isn't just handling it, they're practically fawning. Steward Yan didn't even try to hide it. The moment he left the Chamber of Commerce, he was loudly announcing he was heading to the court to register. "Master, should we perhaps also?" "Don't rush, don't rush." Hearing this, Squire He's eyes crinkled with amusement as he opened his folding fan and began waving it gently. "It won't be too late if you go tomorrow." Squire He's guess was spot on. Though he didn't go to register until the next afternoon, he still secured a fairly forward seat. On the day of the hearing, the observer seats contained virtually no one besides those who'd been invited. This wasn't because Guangzhou citizens had lost interest in executive committee trials. Rather, even with the hearing scheduled for the weekend, naturalized workers on double shifts and naturalized cadres with no holidays simply had no time to attend. The Guangzhou natives who had just barely risen above the level of "no work today means no food today" had no concept of weekends at all. Besides, this wasn't a mass trial but a court case. Most people instinctively felt intimidated and wouldn't dare join in the spectacle. Given the clear facts and the Lin family's main member's full confession, the trial was basically a formality. Though reading evidence and witness testimony consumed considerable time, the proceedings went smoothly without complications. The final verdict was both expected and surprising. Expected in that when pronouncing sentence, Chief Liang said the Lin family's tax evasion was of enormous amount and egregious social impact, continuing even after the enforcement regulations were implemented, with deliberate asset concealment and false declarations constituting tax evasion. Therefore, Lin Yigong, Lin Zengxiu, Lin Lin Sui, and 4 others were sentenced to death, immediate execution with confiscation of illegal gains and additional fines. Lin Zunjing, Lin Zund, Kai Kun, Sun Rang, Huo Bingnian, and 31 others were sentenced to exile. They could choose one destination from Vietnam's Hong Kai, Taiwan's Kaohsiung, or Jeju Island. Confiscation of illegal gains with additional fines. The surprise was that many of the Lin family's close relatives were actually released without charges. Not a single woman was confiscated and sold. Even the convicts' family members were allowed to keep some property and a place to live. Those wishing to accompany the exiled convicts were not prevented from doing so. Due to the many people involved, the trial continued until afternoon. When Liang Xinhu's gavel fell announcing the end of proceedings and the crowd dispersed, He Wei's legs were numb. He could only hobble out of the courtroom on deadened legs. The Australian benches were thoroughly uncomfortable to sit on. He hadn't dared move after sitting down in the morning, and by halfway through the morning session he was suffering, but all he could do was grit his teeth and endure. Fortunately, the other gentlemen didn't seem to be faring much better. Look, wasn't Master Gao also shuffling along with small steps beside him? Seeing their master emerge, the stewards and personal servants of each household waiting outside the main gate surged forward. "Master, are you all right?" He helped Squire He avoid the crowd and seated him on a chair that had been prepared, offering a cup of tea at just the right temperature. A young servant immediately knelt down to massage his legs. "I'm fine." At this point, Squire He couldn't be bothered about his dignity. He stretched his legs comfortably. "After listening all morning, I can see that this executive committee truly is vastly different from the Ming. Unlike the common folk who relished gossiping about the Luo and Shi families, treason, Squire He, Master Gao, and their fellow major households were more concerned with how the Lin family had been handled. The Luo and Shi families were already doomed beyond doubt. The Australians' prosecution and defense were just flashed to dazzle the eyes. The fate of those two families' several hundred members had probably been determined long ago by the leaders' pens. But the Lin family was different. Granted, not paying the emperor's grain and national taxes deserved punishment. Confiscation and fines were within law, but that was the law for commoners. Scholars had scholars' laws. Unfortunately, the prosecution of the stamp tax case that began in the morning had left him trembling with fear. From what the Australian cadres said that morning, his earlier assumption that old Master Lin could buy his way to safety was apparently wrong. He couldn't believe that two Australian cadres who looked so young could strip clean an old money family like the Lins. Every scheme, every detail, every origin and trail explained crystal clear, as if they'd handled these deals themselves. Their skills matched those of long-time veteran clerks, but which household in Guangzhou hadn't done such things? Even he himself was well familiar with these practices. Having caught his breath, Squire he surveyed his surroundings and noticed that apart from the likes of Zhang Yu, all his old acquaintances, Master Gao included, wore gloomy expressions. If the post-liberation witchcraft case and the purge of the Guangdai temple had caught people who didn't know their place and touched forbidden scales, then what the Lin family was convicted of today seemed to many like making a mountain out of a molehill. Everyone couldn't help feeling apprehensive, fearing the Australians might expand guilt by association. Thinking of this, Squire he felt even more grateful for that earlier visit to Jinchi Liu in Lingao. If not for Liu Dalin's wake-up call, his own name might well have been on those documents in those two young men's hands today. What's more, Jinchi Liu had said more than that, which was why he could sit here today watching others' worried faces with a calm heart and even a hint of secret pleasure. Because he now understood that to the Australians, the only things that gave him any weight were his city businesses and countryside land. Durin's status, great family lineage, the Australians recognized none of it. Even businesses and land required being a law-abiding, obedient citizen to keep. Otherwise, one word of according to law meant the day of family ruin. As for official connections, Squire he recalled Master Gao's deliberate maneuvering when the Chamber of Commerce was established and couldn't help but sneer. Director Zheng was ultimately just a woman. Why did Master Gao insist on acting like a eunuch? Couldn't he see why the Australians kept people like them at arm's length? Actually, Squire he hadn't seen it either at first, but after returning from Lingao, he understood that no matter how hard he tried to curry favor, he could never become one of the Australians' insiders. But would such a small matter trouble Squire he? Next update. Volume 7 2 Guang's Campaign Section 173, End of Chapter. Chapter 2061. Becoming an insider. How does one cross the threshold from outsider to insider? The answer, of course, lay in partnership, but opportunity was the gatekeeper. Consider the Zhang family and their walnut pastries, or Chen Liji with his matchless pharmaceutical craft. Gold alone would not suffice. As for acquiring shares in an executive committee enterprise, even if such opportunities arose, which they rarely did, Wei's Song bloodline disqualified him from consideration. The nouveau rich circle surrounding Gao Ju had long ago carved up the available stock subscriptions among themselves. Moreover, share ownership did not confer insider status. To the executive committee, wealth merely classified one as a valued customer, a reliable taxpayer. They would pay handsome dividends, certainly, but they would never regard a shareholder as one of their own. In any case, though the He household lived comfortably, they fell far short of true wealth. 100 mu of tenant-farmed land in the countryside and several rental properties in the city might seem respectable. Yet in Guangzhou, where great households proliferated like fur on a beast, the He family barely registered. Without the twin halos of Durin status and membership in the Shaoan He clan, They would not even merit inclusion on official rolls. To become an insider, one had to enter the executive committee's inner circle. Under the Ming, even a commoner could pass the imperial examinations and achieve the legendary ascent, a farmer at dawn, in the emperor's hall by dusk. A Shengyuan degree conferred local standing. Even officials and clerks had to show proper deference. A Jurin degree elevated one into the gentry class. That degree was the passport to the circle. But this great Song executive committee had materialized from who knows where, and the civil service examination, held in Guangzhou, clearly did not count as imperial examinations. It ranked several tiers below the Ming system. The distinction wasn't simply the gap between official and clerk, but a fundamental difference in the examination's institutional weight. The Guangzhou civil service examination was administered not by the executive committee itself, but by the Guangzhou municipal government. The presiding officer, Mi Xiang, though he held the title of elder, served merely as Guangzhou prefect. The successful candidates received local Guangzhou cadre posts. The examination was unmistakably municipal in scope. By contrast, those truly trusted by the elders were, almost without exception, cadres trained at Fengqiati. Though young and mostly of modest rank, their status among naturalized citizens was beyond question. He had gathered considerable intelligence during his time in Lingao, especially regarding Fengqiati. He'd heard the school's name invoked repeatedly. Nearly all the young cadres in positions of authority had emerged from its gates. They were, genuinely, the emperor's own disciples. With Squire He's perspicacity, he naturally understood. This was the Australian's Imperial Academy, or rather, something even more prestigious. After all, the late Ming Imperial Academy's luster had dimmed considerably, its ranks swollen with purchased degrees and opportunistic donations. Once enrolled at Fengqiati, one became a student of the executive committee. He had seen this phrase recurring in the newspapers. Clearly, the fastest route to insider status was through Fengqiati's doors. After considerable deliberation, He arrived at his decision: send his children to study at Fengqiati. Fortunately, admission was open to all, provided one could pay the tuition and living expenses and possessed an acceptable family background. Though the executive committee harbored an ingrained wariness of old-style scholars, they welcomed the children of such families. Reforming the ossified elders might prove impossible, but the young were still malleable. Thus, when he tentatively broached the subject, he received an immediate and encouraging response. Zheng Shangji assured him that children of Guangzhou Chamber of Commerce members would receive priority admission. Having secured confirmation, he began deliberating which of his children to send. He had, it must be said, neither 3 wives nor 4 concubines, but he did maintain 1 wife, 1 concubine, plus 2 chambermaids who had borne him children. In total, 7 surviving offspring, all minors, both legitimate and illegitimate. According to Australian doctrine, the ideal enrollment age was 6 or 7, but sending children so young without personal attendance struck He as unacceptably risky. After much consideration, he settled on his legitimate 3rd son, just turned 9, and his illegitimate 2nd daughter, aged 12. Compared to other prominent households, who sent distant relatives' children or, at most, illegitimate offspring to Australian schools, Squire He's decision was nothing short of earth-shattering in Guangzhou society. It also delighted Director Zheng profoundly, especially when he visited Director Zheng's office and happened to encounter Director Du from Lingao. Upon hearing Director Zheng's description of the enrollment arrangement, this Director Du practically effervesced with praise, hailing him as an enlightened and progressive father. Squire He genuinely could not fathom what made sending a girl to school enlightened, much less progressive. His reasoning had been twofold. First, the daughter could look after her younger brother. Second, he'd heard the Australians harbored an almost pathological obsession with female education, bordering on demonic possession. They invariably showered praise upon any parent willing to let daughters study. This was simply strategic flattery. Hearing Director Du's words confirmed his suspicions exactly. Though He Wei didn't quite grasp the underlying logic, so long as the Australians were pleased, all was well. Returning home, he ordered the servants to pack and prepare the children for departure. The second concubine, upon learning that her daughter would not only be spared foot binding, but would wear uniforms exposing arms and calves while sitting in the same classroom as a pack of boys, wept for half a month straight, insisting this would ruin the girl's reputation and render her unmarriageable. Most tiresome. Yet from that point forward, Director Zheng's manner toward him grew markedly warmer. She even reminded him in time to dodge the stamp tax case disaster. Squire he reciprocated graciously, not only reorganizing his urban properties into companies, as the Australians required, but also incorporating his countryside tenant-farmed lands into a company-managed farm overseen by the Tiandahui. Less worry, less effort. Of course, Squire He's true calculations ran deeper. Everything above was merely about preserving himself and continuing the family line. As a gentry lineage, he understood the paramount importance of power with crystalline clarity. No matter whether the reigning emperor bore the surname Zhu or Zhao without someone at court, no matter how vast the family fortune, one was merely a fattened pig, or worse, one wouldn't even have the chance to fatten. Since the Australians refused to share governance with scholar officials and trusted only the emperor's disciples, they had trained themselves. Wasn't the logical course to send offspring to study Australian learning and become Australian cadres? This would secure the He family's position in the new dynasty. It was Monday. After work, Zheng Huan took his team member Mei Fazhai to collect last week's taxpayer declaration and payment ledger copies from the tax service hall. The collection period was nearing its close, so the hall was relatively quiet. The group of young women clerks, finding themselves short on topics of conversation, spotted the now city-famous hero of the stamp tax case and naturally swarmed around to tease him. Not at all, not at all. This success was entirely due to excellent leadership guidance and everyone's support for the task force. I merely followed orders. It's nothing worth mentioning. Team leader Zheng is definitely educated, even his polite deflection sounds so refined. Team leader Zheng, I heard the first tip about the Luo family came from our sister Nan. Don't you think you should thank Sister Nan properly? Yes, yes, of course. Zheng Huan reflexively started to cup his hands in a formal bow before catching himself mid-gesture, realizing it wasn't appropriate. He adopted the Lingao naturalized citizen style instead, inclining his head toward Nan Wanner with a slight bow. Director Nan, if you hadn't brought the Luo family stamp tax irregularity to my attention, none of what followed would have been possible. Team leader Zheng, you're too kind. I was just doing my job, Nan Wanner replied coolly. Sister Nan, I think you're even more polite than team leader Zheng. Liu Qiuhua knelt on a stool and wrapped her arms around Nan Wanner's neck from behind, making a face at Zheng Huan. Team leader Zheng, the leaders are about to commend you. Such a great honor, the first ever for our tax bureau. I say you really ought to treat Sister Nan to a proper dinner to make it right. There's no class tonight, you know. Tilda, Qiuhua, stop it, get down. Nan Wanner pried off Liu Qiuhua's arms. Team leader Zheng, don't listen to her. She's just a child at heart. A Huan, team member Mei Fazhai whispered in Zheng Huan's ear. I also think Director Nan helped you quite a bit. Not showing proper appreciation wouldn't be right. After a moment's thought, Zheng Huan conceded that Mei Fazhai had a point. A flimsy verbal thank you truly was inadequate. He promptly expressed his intention to treat Nan Wanner to dinner as thanks. Seeing she couldn't reasonably refuse, Nan Wanner scanned the girls around her. Team leader Zheng is treating. Who's coming? Sister Nan, he's inviting you. Why are you calling us? Am I right? Though Australian light bulbs are bright, you can't just light them anywhere, anytime. Ha 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 ha. The room erupted in laughter, leaving Nan Wanner's face flushed crimson. Team leader Zheng, I appreciate the thought, but I'd better not go. Oh, come on, Sister Nan, I'll come with you. Team leader Zheng doesn't mind one more freeloader, right? Just as Nan Wanner was about to decline, Liu Qiuhua suddenly interjected. Nan Wanner thought to herself, you little glutton, but this gave Zheng Huan an opening to insist. That would be even better. Director Nan, if there's nothing special tonight, it's settled then. The sun still hung well above the horizon when Zheng Huan arrived early at the restaurant. Though he'd never dined here, if it met Zhang Yu's standards, it couldn't be too poor. This restaurant had originally been the flagship property of the Lin family, Zhangxiang Lu. Built along the water with carved beams and painted rafters, part of the structure jutted out over the river like a pavilion. On autumn evenings, drinking wine in the breeze with the current flowing beneath one's feet felt almost transcendent. After Lin Zengxiu and his father were hanged, Ziming Tower had taken over the establishment. Not only was the refined literary name, Zhangxiang Lu, changed to the far earthier Mi Xiang Ju, Rice Fragrance House, but prices had dropped by more than half, at least enough that someone like Zheng Huan, drawing a government salary, could, with some teeth gritting, afford a decent table. Besides, Ziming Tower's reputation was such that, for people with official positions like themselves, it was frankly somewhat inappropriate. This Rice Fragrance House, on the other hand, if Zheng Huan hadn't been working at the tax bureau and possessed certain inside information, he would have assumed, like everyone else, that it was government property of the Guangzhou administration. This made it far more suitable for entertaining guests. End of chapter. Chapter 2062. Mi Xiang Ju. The dinner had been pleasant enough, more pleasant than Zheng Huan had dared hope. Liu Qiuhua, true to form, had dominated the conversation with her cheerful chatter, deflecting any awkward silences that might have arisen between Zheng Huan and Nan Wanner. The food at Mi Xiang Ju had been excellent, the atmosphere convivial. By the time the meal concluded and Liu Qiuhua excused herself, claiming, with transparent insincerity, a sudden remembered errand, Zheng Huan and Nan Wanner found themselves alone at the table. Nan Wanner poured herself another cup of tea and took a slow, measured sip. Though the restaurant they had chosen was modest in size, modesty did not equate to crudeness. On the contrary, the establishment was arranged with considerable ingenuity. It was called Mi Xiang Ju, Rice Fragrance House. Not one of Guangzhou's ancient establishments, it had opened only within the past 6 months. What made it unusual was its workforce, run entirely by women. From management to service staff, from head cook to scullion, every single employee was female. Though such arrangements were not entirely unheard of in Guangzhou for restaurants, which were neither tea houses nor wine shops nor brothels, to adopt this model was exceptional. For women to enter the catering trade had historically been taboo. Who had ever heard of a woman working as a chef, server, or restaurant manager? Yet Mi Xiang Ju did precisely that. The result. After opening, business had not merely been passable, it had been unexpectedly robust. At the very least, the establishment had turned profitable in under 6 months. There were, of course, reasons for this success. First, Guangzhou now employed many more wage-earning women than before, and these working women increasingly required somewhere outside their homes to dine, just as men did. Second, under Australian governance, Guangzhou had grown markedly safer and more orderly. Even at night, women faced minimal harassment. On the other hand, traditional restaurants and tea houses still catered overwhelmingly to male clientele. Even women who could afford to dine out rarely did so, finding the atmosphere uncomfortable amid throngs of male patrons. Apart from certain improper establishments that served mixed clientele, respectable restaurants rarely saw female guests. For ladies of status or respectability, visiting such places was simply out of the question. Mi Xiang Ju had been founded precisely to fill this void. Its furnishings and menu were all designed with female customers in mind. Its most distinctive policy was elegantly simple. It never admitted male patrons, unless they were escorting a female guest, and even then men could only enter if accompanied. As a result, Many women from respectable families who wished to dine out, whether widows, young unmarried women, or simply ladies of status, frequented Mi Xiang Ju. Visiting such a pleasant restaurant brought no ill rumors, and Mi Xiang Ju had quickly developed a thriving trade. For Zheng Huan, this restaurant had proven ideally suited to conversations requiring discretion. Here, the secluded booths ensured nobody would eavesdrop on what two people discussed over dinner, and naturally, there was no risk of encountering awkward acquaintances. Nan Wanner took a small sip from her bottle of Jervas, savoring its sweetness. She found the beverage quite agreeable, sweet, cool, refreshing, and subtly effervescent. It seemed tailor-made for women. She could not fathom why men would find it any less appealing, though it had indeed become fashionable among Guangzhou's male population ever since the Australians had established their rule. But lately, drinking Jervas had acquired additional significance. People now called it praising the Australians, or praising the hairless ones, implying tacit acceptance of Australian governance. Naturally, many who resented the Australians boycotted it. Conversely, sipping Jervas in public had become a subtle signal of political allegiance. For their part, neither Zheng Huan nor Nan Wanner concerned themselves overmuch with such nuances. "Sister Zheng," Nan Wanner said quietly after a pause, "do you think there will truly be war again?" Zheng Huan set down her cup and shook her head. "I don't know. Such matters are for the higher-ups to decide. What can we ordinary folk know? But if there is another war, what will happen to us?" Zheng Huan smiled thinly. "What else could happen? For people like us, the only thing to do is try to hold on to what we have. As long as we aren't crushed underfoot by some giant's careless step. But this time," Nan Wanner hesitated, "the Australians seem to have the upper hand, don't they? I've heard the Ming Court's armies are no match for them." "That's certainly what everyone says." Zheng Huan picked up a candied date from the plate and nibbled it thoughtfully. "But who really knows until the dust settles?" They both fell silent. Outside the window, the familiar sounds of the city filtered in. Vendors hawking their wares, the rumble of carriage wheels, the occasional shout of a stevedore or servant. All the mundane, reassuring commotion of a metropolis at peace. At peace. How long would it last? Zheng Huan let her gaze linger on the window shutters, painted in the fashionable Australian colors that had become ubiquitous throughout Guangzhou. "More Jervas," Nan Wanner offered, lifting the bottle. Zheng Huan nodded absently. "Why not? It's better than worrying ourselves to death." End of chapter. Chapter 2063, Words Through the Wall. "I quite like this Jervas," Nan Wanner remarked, turning her cup thoughtfully between her fingers. "It's refreshing with that peculiar fizz, not too sweet, not too sour." Zheng Huan smiled. "It's easier to drink than grain wine, certainly. No headaches, no hangovers afterward, perfect for us. Do you remember the first time we tried it?" "How could I forget? You spat it out immediately, said it tasted like something had spoiled." Nan Wanner laughed softly, the memory flickering across her features. "I've grown accustomed to it since. Strange how tastes change, isn't it?" Their conversation drifted toward lighter waters. The latest styles in cloth from the cooperative shops, which markets had the freshest vegetables, the gossip surrounding a certain widow who had allegedly taken up with a former salt merchant. The small, comfortable realm of women's talk, a refuge from weightier concerns. But their booth was positioned near the inner wall, and the partition proved thinner than aesthetics suggested. Soon fragments of conversation from the adjacent room began seeping through the lacquered wood. "The Chu fellow, that Chu Zioran, have you heard?" Zheng Huan's ears pricked. She recognized neither voice, but the tone carried an urgent, almost conspiratorial edge. Without intending to eavesdrop, she found herself listening. "What about him?" "Tax evasion, they're saying, or worse, counterfeit currency. There's a case being built against him. The Finance Bureau has sent investigators. Counterfeit currency, in Guangzhou under the Australians' very noses. That's precisely the point, isn't it? Someone's grown bold, too bold. My brother-in-law works at the harbor office. He heard it from one of the patrol officers. They've been circling Papermaker's Street for weeks now." Zheng Huan's hand, reaching for another candied date, froze midair. Papermaker's Street. Nan Wanner must have noticed her expression, for she lowered her voice to barely above a whisper. "Sister Zheng, what is it?" Zheng Huan shook her head almost imperceptibly, her gesture minute enough to avoid drawing attention. "Nothing, just a coincidence." The conversation next door continued, a murmuring stream of half-truths and speculation. Something about a paper shop, a suspicious merchant, perhaps some larger network lurking beneath the surface. Names she did not recognize, places she had never visited. Yet the weight of it settled on her chest like a millstone. She took a deliberate sip of tea, letting the heat steady her fraying nerves. Papermaker's Street. Counterfeit currency. What had she heard? What did she truly know? Nothing provable. Nothing that should concern a woman dining quietly with a friend, overhearing idle gossip through a poorly insulated partition. And yet, shall we go? Nan Wanner asked gently, her perceptiveness evident in the subtle concern creasing her brow. "Yes," Zheng Huan said, rising with deliberate composure. "Yes, let's. I've rather lost my appetite." They settled their bill, paid in the new Australian paper currency, naturally, and stepped out into the cooling evening air. The lanterns along the street were just being lit, their warm glow painting geometric patterns across the cobblestones, a counterpoint to the gathering dusk. Zheng Huan walked in silence, her mind churning like a water wheel in flood season. Nan Wanner, ever perceptive, did not press her with questions. At the corner where their paths would diverge, Zheng Huan finally spoke. "Wanner, if you ever hear anything about counterfeit currency, tax stamps, ongoing investigations, will you tell me, quietly?" Nan Wanner studied her face for a long moment, her gaze searching. Then she nodded, solemn as a contract sealed. "Of course, Sister Zheng, of course." They parted ways at the next crossing, each disappearing into the labyrinth of Guangzhou's twilight streets. Above them, the first stars began to emerge, indifferent witnesses to the currents swirling beneath the city's placid surface. End of chapter. Chapter 2064, the Heshengcheng paper shop. Come, maybe one day we'll actually be able to spend money without carrying any cash around, huh? What kind of autumn daydream is that? Here, another cup of Jerva's, it won't go to your head. I don't want that sweet water. Look at this fruit wine, the real stuff, authentic Australian goods straight from Lingao. Foniu had already consumed quite a lot of Jerva's, and after mixing in the fruit wine, it wasn't long before the combined effect made itself felt. Seeing darkness gathering and still thinking of matters awaiting him at home, he made his excuses and left his companions behind. Foniu's home lay in the southern quarter of the city. Leaving the restaurant, he felt the river breeze on his face. His drowsy head cleared somewhat, though his legs remained treacherous, causing him to stagger unpredictably. He stopped and started in lurching intervals, and with considerable difficulty made it to the entrance of Papermaker's Street. One misstep sent him careening into a passing sedan chair, the collision forceful enough that both bearers stumbled and nearly overturned their burden. The accompanying servant seized Foniu by the collar and snarled, "Are you blind? How do you walk?" The two bearers rolled up their sleeves menacingly, preparing to confront him. Foniu could tell at once that the sedan likely carried some master. In the old days, even if he hadn't been in the wrong, he would have had to bow and scrape with profuse apologies. But the times had changed. Australian constables patrolled everywhere now, and if it came to blows and they were all hauled off to the precinct station, no amount of status would protect anyone. These days, even the gentry and great households dared not make scenes in the streets. Besides, he was a properly registered, opinion guide carrying an Australian pass. He was practically one of their people now. The wine emboldened him and he stiffened his neck defiantly. "The road belongs to everyone. Why didn't your sedan watch where it was going?" The two servants bristled with indignation, preparing to teach him a lesson, but a man's voice emerged from within the sedan. "He's drunk. Don't quarrel with him, just go." At the master's command, the servants reluctantly released Foniu. With lingering resentment, they lifted the sedan and departed. Foniu, swelling with self-satisfaction, called after them, "This Guangzhou doesn't belong to you lot anymore." The man in the sedan did not hear this parting shot. The chair moved briskly through the evening shadows, entering Papermaker's Street and soon arriving before a shop front. The street bore its name from having once been renowned for its concentration of paper merchants. But ever since the Australians had begun flooding the market with various types of Lingao paper, traditional papermakers had suffered catastrophic setbacks. 9 out of 10 of the old establishments had vanished. Those that remained either worked as distributors for Australian paper or specialized in certain niche products. The street had grown quiet and desolate, a ghost of its former prosperity. The shop before which the sedan halted possessed a modest facade, its signboard simply reading "Paper Shop." Evening had fallen, and the clerks were busy putting up the shutters and taking down the shop banners. Seeing the sedan approach, they stood at respectful attention. The manager hurried out from inside to greet them. "Master." The man in the sedan said nothing, merely nodding. The sedan was carried directly through a large gate beside the shop. The chair settled in the rear courtyard. How the second stepped out, a man in his early 40s, handsome and refined in bearing. Because he was a second son, everyone called him How or Second Master How. On the Guangzhou Industrial and Commercial Tax Registration rolls, How was listed as proprietor of the Heshengcheng paper shop. He did not exchange pleasantries with the manager or clerks, but went straight into the shop's rear compound, attended only by his personal servants. The rear courtyard served as his residence. Here, however, there was no wife or family. How household, it was said, resided at their country estate. The only occupant was a chambermaid kept for daily necessities. Seeing him enter, the chambermaid hurried out to greet him with a curtsy. "Master, light the lamps," How ordered. "Have a meal prepared and bring it to the study. After that you may eat and rest as you please. There's no need to attend me further this evening." He came to this place 7 or 8 times monthly, and each visit followed the same pattern. The chambermaid thought nothing of it and went off to comply. After issuing these instructions, How and his 2 personal servants entered the side courtyard where the study was located. From this moment forward, except for the chambermaid who would shortly deliver his meal, no one else could enter this courtyard. One of the servants went ahead into the study and lit the Australian oil lamp. Instantly, the dark room blazed with harsh white light. "Too bright. Turn it down," How ordered. "How Ping, you stay and keep watch here." With that he led the other servant, Howen, toward the back of the study. Behind the study lay a small courtyard, dotted with artificial rockeries and decorative trees. One rockery featured a grotto entrance. Inside, the space proved unexpectedly elegant. Stone-lined walls all around, a stone table in the center, 4 stone stools, and various refined ornaments artfully arranged. How nodded approvingly. Howen set down his lantern and moved one of the stone stools aside. Beneath it lay revealed an iron ring. Howen grasped the ring and pulled. A stone slab rose, revealing a passageway beneath. A damp, cold draft rushed upward. In the faint light of the lantern, stone steps could be glimpsed descending into darkness. Master and servant descended in silence. After a dozen or so steps, they reached the bottom and continued forward. Before long, the sound of flowing water became audible, and the sight of an underground channel emerged, a narrow boat moored at a stone landing. This was a branch of the 6 Meridian canals. At this moment, How and his servant stood beneath Papermaker's Street itself, an ancient conduit dating to the Song dynasty. Apart from the now-deceased Wang Dainao, no one in Guangzhou knew this subterranean passage still existed. Howen poled the boat with a bamboo staff. The small craft glided slowly through the murky water. In the pitch-black channel, only the lantern hung at the bow provided illumination. Its dim glow revealed the grimy, stained walls of the conduit, the accumulation of centuries. Occasionally, gnarled tree roots and ant burrows could be seen penetrating the stonework. The boat drifted silently through the fetid water. The channel had once, several hundred years ago, been a natural river navigable by boats, an inland waterway threading through the city. Over the ages, as it became clogged with refuse and sewage, it had been roofed over to become a covered sewer. In the early days, teams had regularly dredged it. Later, as years passed and official attention waned, decades of neglect had allowed garbage to accumulate like mountain ranges. Sometimes the boat could barely thread its way between heaps of refuse and excrement protruding above the water. Sometimes it ran aground entirely on mounds of muck and filth, requiring vigorous poling to break free. Swarms of rats scurried among the garbage and sewage, foraging for scraps. Decomposed animal carcasses, gnawed and rotted beyond recognition, lay everywhere. Occasionally, human remains could be spotted as well. Some had drowned in the open canals and drifted inward. Most had met violent ends and been dumped here to decompose in anonymity. The stench and filth defied description. Both men wore masks heavily padded with medicinal herbs to ward off miasma, yet even so, the air left them gasping and short of breath. Were it not for the occasional shafts of light and fresh air filtering in from the drain grates above, they might well have suffocated. The boat finally pulled up beside a stone stair. Howen raised his lantern and led the way, glancing back periodically. Hao followed, hands clasped behind his back. After several turns, they reached a dead end, an age-blackened wooden door. Howen tapped a brief sequence. A small viewing panel in the door slid open abruptly. Howen lifted his lantern to his face, letting the person inside verify his identity. Moments later, the sounds of bolts and locks being drawn back echoed in the confined space. The door swung open. Behind it loomed a row of cabinets, their backs facing outward. They pushed the cabinets aside and stepped into what appeared to be a storeroom, its shelves laden with bound books and mounted paintings. The wooden staircase creaked beneath their feet as they climbed. At the top, Howen lifted a trapdoor. They emerged into a warehouse of sorts, its racks piled high with printed books and framed artwork. "Master, the coast is clear," Howen said softly, peering through a crack in the warehouse door. Hao nodded. He pushed the door open. They stood in an ordinary courtyard. Several large trees, decades old, cast the yard in perpetual shade. At night it was utterly dark. To the east lay a row of workshops for processing paper pulp. Opposite stood racks for drying freshly made paper. To the south was a street-facing shop, a framing and mounting business that also dealt in works by notable calligraphers and painters. To the north stood a row of stone-walled buildings where the managers and master craftsmen resided. Master and servant headed straight for the main hall, then turned into an eastern side room. Howen pushed aside a decrepit cabinet, revealing a wooden door fitted with an iron ring. He pulled the ring. The door swung open. End of chapter. Chapter 2065. The Counterfeiting Den. The door opened to reveal a flight of stone steps descending into darkness. Howen held the lantern high as they made their way downward. Below sprawled a large underground chamber, illuminated by oil lamps positioned at intervals along the walls. At a glance, one could see several substantial worktables, each occupied by craftsmen bent intently over their tasks. The air hung thick with the mingled scents of ink, paste, and paper, undercut by persistent notes of dampness and mildew. Hao coughed lightly. Immediately, a foreman circulating among the workstations approached, murmuring respectfully, "Master has arrived." At the sound, the craftsmen rose from their seats and stood with hands at their sides. Hao nodded, signaling them not to be overly formal. He addressed the foreman. "How goes the work?" "Still making progress. Reporting to Master, the routine production proceeds smoothly, but that matter, we've made little headway, I'm afraid. It's been months now and still no meaningful progress." A flicker of disappointment crossed Hao's features. "Summon Master Zhang." Master Zhang appeared promptly. A man of about 40, his hands roughened by years of working with paper and paste, calloused from countless hours of precise labor. Seeing the proprietor's summons, he hurried over. "Master Zhang, how do things stand? Have you produced any viable samples yet?" "Master, we have made some, but—" Zhang handed over 2 rectangular slips of paper, each about a dozen centimeters long. Hao accepted them and examined them carefully. The slips were covered in intricate, almost chaotic patterns, elaborate and convoluted designs. At the top, in regular script, Finance Ministry Central Reserve Bank currency voucher. Beneath that, in slightly larger characters, exchangeable for 1 silver yuan. Master, this is the original you provided us. Old Zhang indicated one slip, then pointed to the other. And this is the finest copy the lads and I have managed over the past few days. But still, he shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with the result. Hao studied the 2 slips intently, first one, then the other, occasionally shaking them gently and noting the soft rustle, testing the texture with practiced fingers. This isn't bad at all. The only issue, the paper feels somewhat limp, lacking that crisp quality, but otherwise it's remarkably close. Master Zhang gave a rueful laugh and shook his head again. It's no good, not remotely acceptable. This one was painstakingly hand-drawn by the lads over 2 full days. Old Wang even aged it afterward with tea and smoke. Otherwise, it wouldn't pass even a casual glance. If we had to draw every note like this, we couldn't produce more than one every several days, and our eyes would give out entirely. If you can draw it, surely you can engrave it. Hao glanced toward the craftsmen laboring at the benches. If the hand-drawn version works, Old Cayenne, Master Zhang called out, bring over the latest plate you carved. Let the master examine it. A man named Master Cayenne answered and carefully carried over a large wooden board, setting it respectfully before Hao. On the board lay several carved printing blocks, all the same size but bearing entirely different patterns. Hao leaned in to examine the blocks as a manager hastily brought an Australian oil lamp closer for better illumination. As he studied the engravings, he traced the lines in the air with an iron stylus Old Zhang handed him, following the intricate pathways with his fingertip. My, this is exquisite work indeed. There were 4 finished blocks in all, each bearing extraordinarily fine engravings, patterns of staggering intricacy, twisting and coiling like vines hopelessly entangled. The designs were complex enough in themselves, but the scale proved even more daunting. In places, the engraved lines were barely thicker than a strand of hair. Such craftsmanship made even the worldly Hao exclaim in genuine admiration. Old Cayenne, you truly are the supreme master of your trade. Alas, even I have reached the limits of what's possible, Master Cayenne sighed heavily. Many of the finest details simply cannot be reproduced at this scale. I can only hope people won't scrutinize them too closely. Let me see, have you done any trial prints? We have. Master Zhang retrieved a paper folder from a nearby drawer. Once printed, we realized immediately how far short we still fall. Hao opened the folder and extracted the bills inside. At first glance, the size, color, and general pattern seemed roughly correct. But the moment he held them, something felt fundamentally wrong. Even setting aside the quality of the paper, the design itself was unmistakably flawed. It's difficult to articulate precisely what's wrong, but even at a casual glance, one immediately senses the difference, Master Cayenne said bitterly. Hao shared the sentiment entirely. Compared to the genuine note, the counterfeit exuded a palpable crudeness, an indefinable wrongness. Though he couldn't precisely identify the flaw, placing the 2 side by side made the truth inescapable. The real bill possessed lines that seemed finer, more delicate. The patterns appeared subtly smaller. The colors varied in depth and luster, producing effects the forgery could never match. It's certainly extraordinarily difficult. Hao had to concede. This enterprise was proving far harder than anticipated. He had already invested months into this counterfeiting operation, including a costly detour to produce a batch of forged tax stamps. Yet despite the immense outlay of manpower and resources, meaningful progress remained negligible. A wave of frustration washed over him. He fell silent, his mind churning. Seeing the master's displeasure, Master Cayenne hastily added, Master, it isn't that we haven't applied ourselves with utmost diligence, truly. The Australians' treasury notes have patterns beyond imagination. Not only are the lines incredibly fine and dense, but they also shift between colors. though only two inks appear to be used, blue and black. If you count carefully, just the border design alone employs 3 or 4 distinct shades. Some possess luster, some do not. And then there are constantly changing pattern variations embedded throughout. Each variation requires its own separate block. To replicate their designs perfectly would demand carving more than a dozen separate blocks, never mind whether we can even mix the precisely correct colors. And every block must align with microscopic precision during printing. If even one print's crooked by a single hair's breadth, the entire sheet is ruined. Traditional woodblock color printing, constrained by materials and technique, could not employ too many colors. The results inevitably looked flat and blocky, incapable of gradual shading or nuanced transitions between light and dark. No matter how expertly Master Qian carved his blocks, the moment ink touched paper, the deception was exposed with brutal clarity. "Old Zhang, I believe old Qian's skills may not quite suffice for this task," Hao said quietly once Master Qian had stepped away to continue his work. "The lines remain too coarse. We need finer work still." "Master, it honestly isn't his fault," Master Zhang hastened to defend his colleague. "These lines are simply too fine. Old Qian possesses the skill, but he cannot engrave on wood at this microscopic scale. The material itself won't allow it. Traditional blocks required hardwoods with dense, fine grain, fruitwoods like pear or jujube, so that carvings held true, accepted ink reliably, and lasted through many impressions. Naturally, Hao had procured the finest timber available. But the wood's natural fibers imposed an absolute limit. Lines too fine simply could not be successfully cut into it. They had considered alternative materials. Guangzhou boasted skilled ivory carvers, masters who could etch minute patterns and even microscopic text onto tiny ivory ornaments and puzzle balls. But ivory could not hold ink properly, nor could pieces large enough for printing blocks be obtained at reasonable cost. Old Zhang. Hao raised his eyes toward the ceiling, his gaze wandering to some distant point as though seeing through the very roof itself. "This is nothing like forging paintings or gambling tokens. If we can successfully pull this off, not only will our past offenses be forgiven and expunged, but the imperial court will reward us with titles and ranks. And we can avenge Zhu Jian, and your Xiang Ming as well." "You mean the court itself is also?" Hao nodded gravely. "Stone Elder is fully aware of our work here. He acknowledges that our current methods cannot succeed. So he has specially summoned 2 luminaries from Suzhou, the legendary king of blocks, whose counterfeits can fool even the original creators, and Chaotic Brush Liu, whose forged signatures and handwriting deceive even the authors themselves. They should arrive any day now." "Master, you mean the faking genius king of blocks, and Chaotic Brush Liu, whose imitations of calligraphy are so perfect even the writers cannot distinguish them. Heavens, these 2 are legendary figures." Hao allowed himself a faint smile. "Indeed, both are celebrated masters in the Suzhou forgery trade, but that's not all. Word has reached me that the Lin family of tribute paper fame and the Ming family of master ink makers are also sending representatives. Men of little renown in our forging circles, perhaps, but whose craft will prove absolutely indispensable." Ever since they had begun this counterfeiting operation, the major obstacles, setting aside the block carving itself, had been the everyday consumables, paper and ink. Despite all their efforts and experimentation, these fundamental problems remained only half solved at best. End of chapter. Chapter 2066. Counterfeit silver dollars. Isn't it said that the embossing is stamped directly onto the paper by a steel die? "That's precisely the problem. It's the die itself that defeats us," the foreman replied with evident frustration. "We've attempted several different approaches, all without success. We've managed a few that look passable at a casual glance, but none that withstand close inspection. This is a matter for old Q to ponder further. I fear even he has reached the limits of what's possible." Hao paused, then added with deliberate gravity, "You all must proceed with the utmost caution. Should the Australians obtain even a single sample of this work, you may live long enough to earn your silver, but not long enough to spend it. Understood, the foreman acknowledged gravely, then asked, Master, what shall we do next? Continue your experiments. As for the block carving, I think we should have old Kian pause his current work for now. Wood simply will not suffice as a material. We'll need to identify an alternative medium for engraving. In the meantime, trace out the patterns on the notes in complete detail, enlarge them significantly, and copy every element as clearly and precisely as possible. The more exact, the better. Hao emerged from the workshop and stood in the courtyard for a long while, silent and brooding. Howen dared not speak and waited respectfully at his side, statue still. At length, Hao spoke, his voice heavy. Howen, do you think we were right or wrong to involve ourselves in this business? Howen lowered his head and considered carefully before answering. Is the enterprise not progressing well, Master? If it were progressing well, would I need to ask? Hao drew a deep breath. Were it not for the debt of protection I owe Master Wang, I would never have accepted this assignment. It should never have come to this. Howen knew, however, that his master's reservations were more performance than substance. Given Master Wang's formidable power and influence, Hao could hardly have refused the commission. Besides, years ago, when Hao's audacious forgery of official appointment documents had gone catastrophically awry and fallen into an enemy's hands, it was Master Wang who had intervened decisively and kept him out of prison. Otherwise, his bones would long since have turned to dust in some unmarked grave. Master mustn't speak so despondently, Howen counseled. The winds of 1,000 days at sea cannot all blow fair. This time Stone Elder himself has dispatched master craftsmen to assist us. He knows the Australian enemy better than anyone alive. Perhaps there will yet be a breakthrough. You speak wisely. Hao nodded, visibly gathering himself. Come, let us inspect the other establishment. Master and servant left the courtyard, slipped into a narrow alley, and soon reached what appeared to be a dead end piled high with firewood. Howen methodically moved the stacked wood aside, revealing a small door concealed in the wall. He knocked softly in a measured rhythm. A viewing panel snapped open. Howen raised his lantern to illuminate his face, allowing those inside to verify his identity. Moments later came the familiar sounds of bolts and locks being drawn back. This proved to be yet another courtyard, one heaped with charcoal, with a large ash-filled pit beside it. At the center stood an open-sided workshop, brilliantly lit and blazing with furnace heat. The rhythmic clanging of metal on metal rang incessantly. Waves of heat and charcoal dust gusted outward. All in all, it resembled nothing so much as a blacksmith's forge. This was the rear courtyard of a goldsmith's establishment. Work proceeded at full intensity. Hao's arrival drew no particular notice from the intensely focused craftsmen. Make way. Make way, molten silver coming through. At the shouted warning, a glowing crucible came gliding along a rail suspended from the rafters, propelled expertly from beside the furnace. Hao stepped aside and watched as the molten silver was poured into a casting mold. Smoke billowed upward. The acrid smell of carbonized tung oil assaulted his nostrils. The foundry workers seemed entirely inured to it. After a measured interval, the silver cooled sufficiently. The molds were opened and row upon row of round silver discs tumbled out onto the workbench. An elderly, white-haired master carefully picked up one disc with tongs and announced, "Ruined. Recast this batch." Hao intercepted him. "Master Q, what precisely is the problem? This looks quite acceptable to my untrained eye." "Ah, Master, when did you arrive?" The man called Master Q set down his tongs and fetched 2 exquisite silver dollars from a nearby table. "Master, please observe carefully." Hao waved him off with a self-deprecating gesture. "I know nothing of such technical matters. Simply tell me what you see, and I shall listen." Old Q held up the first coin in his weathered palm. On its obverse were inscribed the characters 1 yuan in regular script, surrounded by elegant wheatsheaf designs. Below ran a smaller inscription, "Central Reserve Bank, along with several unfamiliar Australian symbols resembling tadpole script. On the reverse appeared a circular emblem trailing ribbons, surmounted by a four-pointed star. Most remarkably, the rim of the coin was milled with a precise ring of fine serrations. Hao could not even begin to imagine how they had been inscribed with such uniformity. Master, this is one of the Australian 1 yuan silver dollars now circulating freely in the streets. The manager obtained it fresh minted from De Long Bank, new currency. As you can observe, the design is sharply defined, the surface flawless without the slightest burr or imperfection. When weighed with precision, each coin measures 6 Cayenne, 7 Fen, 7 Li, and 5 Hao. Thickness is 7 Li, 8 Hao, 1 Si, 2 Hu, 5 Wei. Diameter precisely 1 Kun, 1 Fen. Chemical assay reveals it contains 5 Cayenne, 9 Fen, 2 Li, 8 Hao, 1 Si, 8 Hu, 5 Wei of pure silver, not quite 90% purity, approximately 87.5 on the touchstone. Hao had heard these specifications recited before. Old Q was the foremost expert in this specialized craft, an elderly man now, inclined toward verbose repetition of technical details. But Hao indulged him patiently. Now please examine this specimen. Master Q exchanged the coins. How does the appearance strike you? This second coin felt similarly substantial in the hand, almost identical in weight. Under lamplight, both faces displayed recognizable designs, superficially close to the original. Yet the counterfeit's surface possessed less luster, bearing faint wave-like striations, the telltale ripple pattern of high-purity silver known colloquially as moire silver. What was normally considered a hallmark of quality became, in this context, an insurmountable flaw revealing the forgery. The imagery, too, appeared coarser upon close inspection. The rim serrations proved uneven and irregular. This is nearly there, at least 80% similar, I judge, Hao conceded. It's the finest specimen we've produced, but it costs us dearly to make. Master Q shook his head ruefully. Hao understood immediately. This was hand-chased by master engravers. Indeed, we hired the finest engravers available, top-tier talent, and used 97.5 assay pure silver specially refined for the purpose. Yet the result still falls visibly short of the Australians' coins, which test at less than 90% purity. Hao studied the two coins intently, turning them over and over in his palm. The hand-chased counterfeit was not only rougher in finish, but noticeably duller in sheen, lacking that peculiar brilliance the genuine coin possessed. The Australian silver is plainly different from ours in some fundamental way, Master Q observed with professional frustration. Observe how the genuine coin has absolutely no moire pattern, not a single bubble or void, dense and solid throughout. Ours displays moire patterns everywhere and is riddled with microscopic pores. We cannot match its smoothness no matter what we attempt. Old Q picked up another disc fresh from the mold. This one just emerged from the casting. The die was painstakingly engraved by those master craftsmen I mentioned, but once cast, well, it's simply. He repeated simply twice but could not bring himself to complete the sentence, his disappointment too profound. Hao accepted the silver disc for examination. Its design was hopelessly blurred, fine patterns and inscriptions barely discernible. Worse still, its shape proved visibly irregular compared to the original's perfect circularity. And the silver content, also 97.5 assay pure silver, Hao murmured thoughtfully, pure silver. Could it be that the Australians have alloyed some unknown ingredient which produces their superior casting results? We considered that possibility extensively. Old Q brought out several more plain silver discs laid out in sequence. Master, please observe. These are all test pieces alloyed with varying proportions of base metals, copper, lead, tin, zinc. The results proved no better than pure silver alone. Some were actually worse. Moreover, they had discovered a vexing fundamental problem. Silver coins cast from molds behaved entirely differently from copper cash. Copper coins, once cast, might possess minor burrs requiring filing, but their size and shape generally conformed reliably to the mold's dimensions. Silver coins, cast under seemingly identical conditions, exhibited frustrating variations in both dimension and form, as though the metal possessed a stubborn will of its own. Master Li was once the premier craftsman at the Guangdong Provincial Treasury Mint. The molds he creates are uniform in thickness and dimensionally precise. Yet no matter what we attempt, nothing produces consistent results. In desperation, Master Li suggested we conduct a definitive test using genuine Australian silver dollars to determine conclusively what method they actually employ. So we melted down an entire crucible full of real coins for experimental purposes. And the result? The cast ingots proved indistinguishable from our earlier attempts. It seems the Australians use fundamentally ordinary silver, only they possess some secret metallurgical technique for minting that we do not. Hao turned the samples and finished products over and over in his hands, growing increasingly agitated with each examination. He had foolishly assumed the counterfeit coin operation would prove easier than the paper currency. Surely, with skilled goldsmiths and silversmiths readily available, they could replicate the designs well enough to achieve 8 or 9 parts out of 10 accuracy. Yet the grim reality mirrored the paper currency workshop. Negligible meaningful progress, with not even the basic materials and techniques successfully resolved. Next update. Volume 7, The Lianguang Campaign, Section 179, End of Chapter. Chapter 2067. Outside help. Outside Guangzhou's northern gate rose White Cloud Mountain, where scattered peaks and ridges undulated across the landscape. Not particularly lofty, but verdant and luxuriant, with winding paths threading through shaded groves. Climbing to the heights, one could survey the entire city sprawled below, the Pearl River weaving its silver thread through the urban fabric. This scenic landscape had since ancient times been celebrated as one of the 8 sights of Heshengcheng, Mount Baiyun in evening glow, and was dotted with renowned monasteries. Yantai Temple stood amid this splendid scenery. Nicknamed the Eunuch Temple, it had been founded with lavish donations from Wei Huan, a powerful eunuch who served as superintendent of the Maritime Trade Inspectorate in Guangzhou during the Chenghua reign, and had received an imperial inscription from the Chenghua emperor himself. Thanks to this exalted connection, the temple not only boasted magnificent buildings, but had remained one of Guangzhou's largest religious landholders for over 150 years. Hao alighted from his sedan before the temple gates and led his servants inside. He was recognized as a distinguished benefactor here. The moment he entered, a young novice scurried off to report his arrival, and the guest-receiving monk emerged to greet him with appropriate deference. He paid his respects to the Buddha in the main hall, offered incense, and donated clothing and foodstuffs. While making polite conversation with the guest monk, he covertly observed his surroundings. When the moment seemed propitious, he inquired with studied casualness, "Has a guest surnamed Li, a visitor from out of town, arrived here recently?" The monk confirmed that indeed an extended family of men and women, old and young, had come from afar to fulfill a Buddhist vow. They had rented a small courtyard in the rear compound for their stay. "This is a distinguished guest of mine, come to Guangzhou especially for worship. Would the master be so kind as to announce me?" Famous temples frequently maintained refined quarters and courtyards where wealthy patrons could lodge during extended pilgrimages, functioning essentially as high-class guest houses. For a merchant like Hao to have visiting guests staying here was entirely unremarkable. The monk suspected nothing and led him there directly. Upon announcement, a voice from within invited him to enter. Hao accompanied by his personal attendant, stepped into the courtyard. A servant was already waiting in the yard, all smiles, and escorted them into the main hall. In the center of the principal room stood a rosewood 8 immortals table. 5 or 6 people sat arranged around it. One man stood on the left, the same messenger who had delivered a letter to Hao shop several days prior. On the right, another man rose to greet him, his face somehow familiar. This person stepped forward with a welcoming expression. Hao cupped his fists and bowed courteously. "Might I inquire which of you gentlemen is fourth master?" The man laughed warmly. "Hao, it's been 3 years. Have you forgotten your old friend Meng so quickly?" Hao studied the speaker more closely. He wore a sky-blue Suzhou silk Taoist robe, a scholar's square-cloth cap, and no jade or stone ornaments. Approximately 40 years of age, with the shrewd bearing of a seasoned merchant visible in every gesture. Mental calculations raced. 3 years ago, his accent derives from the Huiji region. 3 years ago, I traveled to Anhui to negotiate paper and ink transactions. His surname is Ming. Could he possibly be connected to that venerable family? He said aloud, almost involuntarily. Could you possibly be Steward Ming of the Cloud Black Studio? Steward Ming's face brightened 3 degrees further with evident pleasure. Indeed, I am your humble servant Ming Dynasty. As for Fourth Master's affairs, there's no immediate rush. Allow me first to introduce you to several senior masters who have made this dangerous journey. He gestured toward the standing figure. This is young hero Wang Su of King Cheng, styled Quiji. You've already met him when he delivered the letter. Most zealous in opposing evildoers he is. Quiji, would you please stand watch at the door for a spell? Wang Su, evidently a man of few words, cupped his fists briefly and stepped outside to take up his position. Ming Dynasty then turned to address the assembled company. Second Master Hao, given name Fang, courtesy name Jinjai, a man of public spirit and loyal service to the throne. He possesses expertise in calligraphy, antiques, and fine arts. Our great undertaking of counterfeiting Song-era treasury notes shall largely rest upon his capable shoulders. The room immediately filled with enthusiastic cries of "long admired." "And we've heard your name." Meng Dynasty then proceeded to introduce each person in turn, moving around the table. The elderly gentleman occupying the seat of honor possessed a head of pure white hair and beard, yet remained remarkably vigorous in bearing. This was the legendary Pattern Lai Fugui, once an engraver of coin molds at the Ministry of Works Treasury Bureau. He had specialized for decades in crafting the mother coins from which all provincial mints derived their coinage patterns. Although each province cast its own currency, all were legally required to conform to the mother coins issued by the Ministry of Revenue. Thus, the creation of these mother coins was a matter of paramount technical and political importance. Pattern Li had served more than 40 years at the Ministry of Revenue. The mother coins for every reign of coinage had passed through his hands at some point. He had retired several years ago to enjoy his twilight years in peace, and most of the craftsmen currently working at the Ministry of Revenue's Treasury Bureau were either his direct disciples or grand disciples. Such master artisans, who earned their living entirely through skill, held little formal status in the early Ming hierarchy, but those who rose to become master craftsmen in imperial service naturally carried considerable professional pride. They were accustomed to meeting high officials and grand secretaries with perfect equanimity. Li merely smiled gently, bowed slightly, and said with dry wit, "This old man, Li Fugui, presuming upon seniority, has, for this excursion from the capital, learned to style himself a merchant gentleman. Please don't laugh at my pretensions." On the old man's left sat an elderly lady, serene and composed, holding a string of prayer beads like a devout lay Buddhist. Astonishingly, this proved to be the rather mysterious, chaotic Brush Liu. Hao felt genuine surprise and couldn't help studying her more closely. The old lady raised her eyes with a faint, knowing smile. This humble woman has made a modest name repairing damaged paintings and mending deteriorated calligraphy, earning her bread serving the great houses. Who would have imagined that at this late age I'd be dispatched on an imperial mission of such delicacy? My nephew here specializes in Song-era books and paintings. Please, Jinjai, do guide him well in the ways of Guangzhou. Her speech, though nominally Mandarin, carried the soft, musical lilt of Wu-accented dialect, A slender man of about 30 rose gracefully to pay his respects. "I am Liu Cheng, courtesy named Jinong. Friends call me Yao Yu Studio." Second Master Hao, your family's imitation of Plum Taoist spring voyage on Cloud Dream Lake caused quite a sensation in the capital. Was that your own handiwork? Hao Er's expression shifted, becoming heavy with grief. "I dare not claim such credit. That was primarily my uncle's work. My son merely ground the ink and contributed a few brush strokes. Alas! Had time permitted, his natural talent in painting would have surpassed mine 100-fold. His eyes reddened as painful memories surfaced. He was about to elaborate when Meng Dynasty diplomatically interjected. "Your grievance is known to all of us here. During the Great Plague, your young master was wrongfully seized by the Australian pirates and thrown into some brutal quarantine camp. A fine young man with such brilliant prospects, just gone like that. Tragic beyond words. Along our journey here, we've witnessed how many families like Second Master's and yours, Hao Er, have been utterly ruined and destroyed by these invaders. As for young hero Wang standing guard outside, his family once dealt in Sichuan salt, a thriving multi-generational business. But the Mao salt has crossed the seas and is now sold across 6 entire provinces. Before their eyes, a prosperous clan of several hundred souls fell into complete ruin. Truly, until these Australian pirates are exterminated root and branch, the troubles will never cease." The others murmured fervent agreement. When the hairy pirates first arrived, they still traded somewhat peaceably, peddling exotic goods from distant shores. Who could have known they would interpret our courtesy as weakness, burn our ancestral homes, destroy our livelihoods, and carry off our people like common bandits? Heaven and earth above, all spirits and gods should curse them thoroughly. Surrounded by these fellow travelers, hearing their sympathetic words echoing his own bitter experiences, Hao Er felt unexpected warmth flooding his heart. He had undertaken this perilous enterprise driven by a volatile mixture of self-interest, moral obligation, and burning personal vengeance. Yet working alone undercover in Guangzhou, watching as one ally after another was discovered and brutally executed by the Australian pirates, even in his midnight dreams he could not escape the sensation of drifting utterly alone through icy waters. On the opposite side of the table, a middle-aged man had already risen and spoke with evident sincerity. "To dwell among virtuous men is like entering a room filled with orchids." Jinjai's willingness to risk everything and sacrifice his family fortune for this righteous cause is truly admirable beyond measure. "I am Lin Kaiyuan. My family deals in paper manufacturing." Hao Er hastily returned the courtesy. "I have long admired the renowned tribute paper Lin family by reputation. I deeply regret never having had the opportunity to visit your esteemed establishment. 3 years ago, I was actively preparing to travel and discuss the paper trade with your family, but the endless wars throughout the region prevented the journey." Lin Kaiyuan's expression darkened visibly. Were it not for the Australian pirates throwing the entire southeast into chaos, matters would never have deteriorated to this point. They've systematically broken the brokers' guilds, flooded the markets with their industrially produced paper at ruinous prices. These days, throughout the 2 Guangs, Fujian and Zhejiang, the tribute paper Lin family is reduced to nothing but yesterday's wilted flower, a fading memory of former glory. Beside him, another middle-aged man with the weathered appearance of an experienced farmer counseled gently. "Since we all bear the solemn royal commission to counter the Australian pirates' economic warfare, let us set aside our righteous anger for the moment, Kaiyuan, and focus on the practical work ahead." Meng Yulu then introduced him with evident respect. "This is block carving king Wang Du, a master whose reputation precedes him. And this gentleman here is Living Bug Zhao Jiren, equally renowned in specialized metalwork." After all had exchanged elaborate courtesies befitting their stations, they invited Hao Er to sit and served him tea with appropriate ceremony. Only then did Ming Dynasty explain in lowered tones. Fourth Master has been actively circulating these past few days. First, to establish liaison with the old local resistance networks and gather necessary funds and supplies. Second, he learned through intelligence sources that 7th Master in Lingao and Sorcerer Wu here in Guangzhou have both been captured by Australian security forces, and several prominent gentry families in Guangzhou have suffered complete extermination. Their lines ended. We must now proceed with the utmost caution, and Fourth Master simply cannot appear openly in any capacity. Earlier, while you were burning incense in the main hall, Fourth Master observed you discreetly from a concealed vantage point. Having returned here and consulted with all of us, we are now satisfied beyond doubt regarding your identity and commitment. After several rounds of polite exchanges and sharing recent intelligence, Hao ventured. Since the Australian pirates occupied Guangzhou militarily, they have systematically begun to seize the accumulated wealth of temples and monasteries throughout the region. All the major and minor Taoist temples in Guangzhou now fall under the direct jurisdiction of some true master of the so-called Grand Song Taoist Yunji sect, headquartered at the Temple of the Five Immortals. They have also brazenly colluded with the red-haired foreigners to requisition extensive land and buildings below Yuexiu Mountain, ostensibly to construct some massive cathedral. It seems all religious orders will ultimately be brought under rigid Australian control. Buddhism, too, cannot possibly escape this systematic suppression. Although this particular temple enjoys certain protections and is indeed a pleasant refuge, it cannot be considered truly safe for extended stays. Moreover, coming and going presents logistical inconveniences. Australian spies infest the commercial inns like lice. Would it not prove wiser for everyone to lodge temporarily at my private residence instead? I can ensure both discretion and comfort. Meng Yulu responded thoughtfully. Jinjai, your consideration for our welfare is most touching. However, I have received explicit guidance from Stone Elder himself. The surveillance net in Guangzhou grows tighter with each passing day. Though we currently pretend to constitute one extended family, we are not genuinely related by blood. Eventually, persistent scrutiny will expose our fabricated cover. Moreover, this counterfeiting undertaking inevitably creates considerable disturbance over time. Prolonged concealment will become progressively impossible. Even you, Jinjai, should not continue managing these dangerous affairs from within the city proper indefinitely. Fourth Master has already established contact with trusted local connections and successfully purchased a workshop compound located outside the county seat, in a more remote area. Incidentally, for purposes of our collective cover, we have all adopted the surname Li, with the nominal household head being Li Fugui here. Once all preparations are finalized and the specialized paper and ink materials arrive as scheduled, we shall relocate there and establish our base of operations for an extended period. Next update, Volume 7, The Lianguang Campaign, Section 180, End of Chapter. Chapter 2068, Masters Assembled. If we could somehow seize those bronze ceremonial figures during transport, might we not disrupt the enemy's dragon vein energy? Living Bug Zhao mused speculatively. Of course, such priceless national treasures will undoubtedly be heavily guarded in transit. If heroes Zhu and Huang were still among the living, we might have attempted such a bold stroke. Alas, talk of fate, fortune, and geomantic energy is largely smoke and mirrors. We shouldn't invest too heavily in such mysticism, Tribute Paper Lin interjected pragmatically. If destroying a single bronze figure could meaningfully damage the pirates' institutional luck, what would be the purpose of our entire enterprise here? We'd be redundant. He steered the conversation firmly back on course. Speaking of concrete resources, Fourth Master has already established solid contact with Second Master, and there's encouraging news regarding the escaped guild head Gao Lingxiang and his network. We're not without viable options and human assets. Let us focus our energies on the immediate practical matter at hand. Hao then drew an elegant presentation box from within his robe and placed it deliberately in the center of the rosewood table. Everyone present understood their fundamental purpose in undertaking this dangerous journey to Guangzhou, so no one feigned curiosity about the box's contents. Liu Cheng, the junior member of the chaotic brush Liu household, rose with fluid grace and opened the case, extracting a sheaf of paper slips. Hao best counterfeit silver dollar notes to date. Everyone leaned forward, picking them up with practiced fingers, pinching the paper to test its qualities, examining them under various angles of light, passing them around the circle. Since only the 1 yuan and half yuan denominations had been successfully forged thus far, the circuit completed relatively quickly. Chaotic Brush Liu spoke in a low, authoritative voice. "Bring the lamp closer." Liu Cheng answered immediately, lighting an Australian oil lamp positioned on the table, then adjusting the wick to produce a low, steady flame. The old lady held one of the silver dollar notes up to the light, while Liu Cheng draped both her and the lamp with a large black cloth, creating a makeshift examination chamber. No one present found this peculiar methodology strange. Since ancient times, master forgers of paintings and calligraphy had begun their work with micro-observation. Every minute stroke and brush mark on the original masterpiece had to be meticulously noted before it could be convincingly imitated. This painstaking process could only be achieved by viewing the work with strong backlighting to reveal the subtlest details. Before the time required to drink a cup of tea had elapsed, the black cloth rustled. Liu Cheng swiftly removed it with practiced motion. Chaotic Brush Liu closed her eyes briefly in evident concentration, then opened them but said nothing immediately. The others exchanged uncertain glances. Finally, Tribute Paper Lin broke the expectant silence, speaking with characteristic directness. "Since we have all accepted this weighty imperial commission and risked our lives to journey here through dangerous territory, let us dispense with excessive pleasantries and false politeness. I shall speak with brutal honesty. Your paper stock, though noticeably stiffer than common paper, raw or sized Xuan paper, or the various decorative papers in general circulation, still feels far less crisp to the touch than genuine Australian notes. It possesses greater weight, paradoxically, yet when shaken it feels limp and weak. Any expert trained in paper qualities would identify the difference at first touch. Moreover, it conspicuously lacks the smooth, almost satiny whiteness characteristic of the originals. I fear it would disintegrate if substantially wetted. I strongly suspect the raw material the pirates employ differs fundamentally from anything available to us," Hao admitted, crestfallen. "I've systematically tested every variety of paper available on the commercial market. Common papers proved utterly useless for this purpose. This particular stock was fabricated by purchasing the finest available Australian writing paper, laboriously repulping it, then reforming it with various additives, and even employing this expensive approach, the result achieves only 50 or 60% similarity at best. It must be something they manufacture in absolute secrecy," Tribute Paper Lin pondered with a furrowed brow. "Is there any conceivable way to successfully bribe one of their naturalized paper-making craftsmen to reveal the process? This specialized paper is undoubtedly manufactured exclusively in Lingao. The craftsmen possessing that knowledge simply won't be accessible here in Guangzhou. Setting aside entirely whether we could successfully bribe anyone, which seems extremely doubtful given their indoctrination, the round-trip journey to Lingao alone consumes more than a few days. I've heard through multiple sources that Lingao functions as the pirates' heavily fortified lair, and security scrutiny there operates at 10 times the intensity we experience even in occupied Guangzhou. Strangers like ourselves attempting to infiltrate and conduct industrial espionage would merely be offering our severed heads to the Imperial Guard as merit rewards. So that investigative avenue is effectively blocked. According to Stone Elder's intelligence analysis, the pirates manufacture their paper predominantly from wood pulp, not the rice straw and tree bark we customarily employ here in China. That alternative approach might prove worth systematic experimentation. Easier proclaimed than accomplished, producing usable pulp from solid wood. Who can even estimate how much intensive labor and extended time such a process demands? Even Chuan paper, which uses merely green sandalwood bark and rice straw as raw materials, requires the fibers to be soaked, repeatedly steamed, sun-dried for weeks, and pickled in caustic lime. An entire winter's worth of labor just to adequately prepare the basic raw materials. If we're attempting to process solid timber instead, the timeline would extend even longer, possibly to absurd lengths. The single greatest difficulty in traditional papermaking lay in the pulping stage itself. Transforming various recalcitrant plant fibers into white, cottony pulp proved immensely labor and material-intensive in an era lacking industrial machinery or effective chemicals. Tribute Paper Lin had devoted his entire professional life to supplying specialized papers to the imperial court. He had personally observed and studied virtually every variety of paper in existence throughout the empire, and could himself produce many sophisticated types through specialized techniques. Yet the Australian's paper stock remained an impenetrable enigma that defied his considerable expertise. Determined to crack this industrial secret, he had personally processed Australian writing paper back into its constituent pulp to create experimental recycled paper. His primary observation, the extraordinary fineness of the pulp fibers, far superior in quality to any domestically produced paper he had ever encountered. Second, there appeared to be some kind of mineral powder or chemical additive blended uniformly into the pulp matrix, though he could not successfully identify its precise composition. As he sat pondering these frustrating technical mysteries, Chaotic Brush Liu spoke up with quiet authority. One can conclusively distinguish authentic from counterfeit merely by touching the paper stock. That much is inescapable reality. Yet even viewed from a distance, this attempted copy achieves only approximately 30% visual similarity. Examined up close, it proves far too crude to deceive even casual scrutiny. In my professional assessment, your current notes might conceivably pass the most cursory glance under poor lighting, but they absolutely cannot withstand any form of close inspection. First critical flaw, the color variations. The pirate's genuine notes display subtly varying shades and tones throughout. Yours remain monotonously uniform. Even where you've attempted some variation, the boundaries between different tones appear stark and distinct, utterly unlike the gradual, organic deepening characteristic of the authentic notes. Second major problem. The pirate's notes contain numerous cunningly embedded secret marks and anti-counterfeiting features. In your versions, these are blurred beyond any hope of recognition. We'll need Block Carving King to examine them with extreme care and identify each one. She produced an expensive magnifying glass from the renowned Zhejiang studio, and positioning it to catch the Australian oil lamp's bright illumination at an optimal angle, began methodically identifying each hidden security feature with the precision of a forensic investigator. Observe here, beneath the engraved ship in the border illustration, the stylized waves cunningly conceal half of a fish head, visible only under magnification. Here, embedded in the decorative seam of the ship's ornamental railing, lies hidden a string of Arabic numerals, the year 1628. On the obverse side of the 1 yuan denomination note, careful examination of the elaborate border pattern reveals the concealed characters Yuan Lao Yuan, Elder Yuan, ingeniously woven into the seemingly random decorative elements. Some of these subtle security marks Hao had already painstakingly discovered through his own investigations. Others he had completely failed to detect despite weeks of careful study. Listening to Chaotic Brush Liu systematically enumerate them with practiced ease, he thought with grudging admiration, Truly, Old Ginger possesses the spiciest flavor. He found himself wondering precisely how much silver Master Wang had expended to successfully summon these legendary masters from their comfortable retirements. Block Carving Wang continued the technical assessment. Whether employing traditional woodblock printing or attempting lithographic reproduction, I genuinely fear we cannot adequately reproduce patterns of such microscopic intricacy and precision. Stone Elder also wisely consulted several experienced Shanxi provincial bank managers and certain disciples of Grand Secretary Su Guangqi who possess mathematical and technical expertise. In their collective urgency to find solutions, they actually identified a potentially viable alternative method. But explaining this requires recounting an instructive story from a famous old counterfeiting case in our field. Please, do enlighten us. How Er's spirits lifted noticeably at the tantalizing mention of a novel blockmaking technique that might actually prove practical. Shortly after the Ming treasure notes were first officially issued by imperial decree, with each note possessing nominal values of hundreds or even thousands of strings of copper cash, yet costing the imperial treasury merely some mulberry hemp paper and printing ink to physically produce, a common peasant from Zhejiang County named Yang Mantu, who dabbled in various questionable enterprises much as you do, Hao organized and recruited skilled silversmiths from throughout his village. He commissioned them to painstakingly carve elaborate tin plates bearing extraordinarily fine, intricate patterns replicating the treasure notes. He retained specialists experienced in printing traditional spirit money and funerary goods to handle the actual printing operations. The resulting counterfeit treasure notes proved virtually indistinguishable from genuine imperial currency, absolutely remarkable fidelity. When the conspiracy was inevitably discovered and brutally suppressed, the case implicated and resulted in the execution of more than 10,000 people across multiple provinces. Historical records grimly note, from Nanjing to Zhejiang, a distance of 90-odd li, the gibbeted corpses of the condemned could be observed one after another in an unbroken line. The very instant the critical words tin plate were uttered, comprehension flooded Hao Er's consciousness like a lightning strike. He slapped his thigh emphatically. How is it possible I never conceived of this elementary solution? What revelation has struck you? A single word has awakened this dreamer from his stupor. Hao launched into an animated explanation of how master craftsman Qian had laboriously carved experimental woodblocks that ultimately failed due to the fundamental material limitations. He himself had desperately attempted to conceive of viable alternative materials without success. We maintain access to supremely expert ivory carvers here in Guangzhou, and renowned jade workers as well, all demonstrably capable of engraving minuscule characters and extraordinarily fine patterns with remarkable precision. But neither ivory nor jade can be obtained in pieces sufficiently large for printing blocks of the required dimensions, and both materials prove far too smooth and non-porous to adequately hold printing ink for transfer. I exhausted my mental faculties but could never successfully resolve this fundamental conundrum. How utterly blind I was to the obvious solution. Copper and tin movable type have existed in China for centuries. Both copper and tin movable type had indeed been employed during the Ming Dynasty for certain specialized printing applications, though Chinese movable type technology generally still possessed significant practical drawbacks compared to traditional woodblock methods. Cost factors in particular meant that metal type never achieved widespread adoption for ordinary commercial printing. That Hao had failed to extrapolate from movable type to engraved plates was quite understandable given his focus on traditional methods. As for the specialized technique of engraving elaborate copper or tin plates for printing, this remained predominantly a European specialty until well into the Qing dynasty, when even the Qianlong Emperor himself was compelled to commission copper plate engravings from France through Jesuit missionaries to adequately commemorate his celebrated 10 complete military victories. For successfully counterfeiting these song treasury notes, systematic tracing and meticulous hand-drawing may yet fall within the outer boundaries of human capacity and patience. But engraving copper plates or carving tin, I confess I've never attempted such specialized work in my entire career. I can only pledge I shall try my utmost with maximum effort. My engraving skills, when augmented with a quality magnifying glass for precision work, should prove passable for this purpose. However, the actual plates themselves must be expertly cast from either copper or tin using proper metallurgical technique. That specialized aspect will necessarily fall to Pattern Li's proven expertise. Pattern Li demonstrated no hesitation whatsoever. You already mentioned these technical requirements during our earlier discussions. Throughout our journey here from the capital, I consulted extensively with Fourth Master regarding the practical specifications. All necessary supplies, specialized tools, and raw materials have already been systematically procured and will arrive at the workshop location very shortly. My two most skilled apprentices have accompanied me on this dangerous mission specifically to provide essential technical assistance, and Living Bug Zhao can contribute his considerable metalworking expertise to support you as well in the engraving work. Living Bug Zhao appeared slightly embarrassed by this assignment. Before departing the capital, I understood only that I'd be handling sophisticated silver currency work, my specialized area. I genuinely didn't anticipate being drafted for block carving operations as well. It's not that I'm unwilling to contribute maximally. My professional craft focuses predominantly on decorative silverware and functional items. Lead and tin objects in my experience are typically crude household implements like basic cups, plates, and utilitarian vessels. I'm truly unfamiliar with precision engraving on such base metals at this microscopic scale. Block carving Wang responded reassuringly. No matter, we shall manage somehow. In the historical Yang Mantu counterfeiting case I mentioned, ordinary silversmiths successfully performed the engraving work without specialized training. I'm equally unfamiliar with these particular techniques. We two craftsmen brothers shall work shoulder to shoulder in collaborative experimentation. It should ultimately prove somewhat easier than the extraordinarily challenging silver coin replication work, I expect. Meng Yulu interjected with an additional technical concern. Earlier, Chaotic Brush Liu astutely mentioned that the counterfeit note's color transitions appear far too abrupt and unnatural. If we stubbornly persist in following the conventional methodological path, I see absolutely no viable solution to this fundamental problem. The ink employed on genuine Australian notes clearly differs dramatically from ordinary traditional water-based ink formulations. That constitutes problem one. The sophisticated color gradations we observe are unmistakably distinct, yet somehow organically blended, seemingly requiring 8 or 9 separate intermediate shades in smooth transition, each of which must be individually formulated with precision. That's problem 2. Furthermore, there are multicolored cotton threads visibly mixed directly into the paper matrix itself during manufacture, apparently not dyed afterward. Tribute Paper Lin responded thoughtfully. My family workshop once systematically pulped genuine song notes for detailed analysis. These embedded threads are indeed colored cotton fibers, seemingly cultivated or processed in their original vivid colors, thoroughly washed yet absolutely color-fast and fade-resistant. Where precisely they source such materials, I genuinely don't know. We attempted experimentally crushing brilliantly colored bird feathers and blending them into the paper pulp as a substitute, but the resulting fibers detach and fall out far too easily to prove serviceable. Howe interjected with hard-won pragmatism. As long as the embedded fibers don't visibly detach and fall out during our actual operational use of the notes, the long-term durability frankly doesn't matter significantly. We're manufacturing effective counterfeits for immediate circulation, not engineering genuine treasury notes intended for extended service life. Excessive perfectionism serves no practical purpose here. Tribute Paper Lin, who had been intellectually puzzling over sophisticated technical problems from a craftsman's perfectionist perspective, suddenly realized he'd inadvertently wandered down an unnecessary blind alley and laughed at himself good-naturedly. Next update. Volume 7, The Lianguang Campaign, Section 181, End of Chapter. Chapter 2069, Seeking Another Lair. How nodded in measured agreement. As for the subsequent operational steps, he had already formulated his strategic calculations. He spoke with deliberate clarity. In my considered assessment, the Australian pirates' surveillance apparatus in Guangzhou intensifies with each passing day. The urban center is simply no viable location to conduct sensitive operations of this magnitude. Yet if we attempt to work outside the county seat proper, the roads prove demonstrably unsafe. Banditry occurs with troubling frequency, and the Australians maintain thorough inspection protocols at all checkpoints. Transporting valuable materials and equipment would constitute unacceptable risk. Therefore, I propose this entire enterprise should be systematically divided into distinct operational components, with each critical phase handled in strategically separate locations to minimize exposure. Hao Fang's proposal embodied a parallel processing strategy. Outside the county boundaries, they would concentrate on solving the fundamental technical problems, perfecting the engraved plates, refining the casting molds, developing satisfactory paper stock, and formulating proper ink formulations. Implemented this way, aside from the slight inherent risk of occasionally transporting completed engraved plates between sites, moving raw paper stock and ink supplies would not easily arouse official suspicion, even if subjected to inspection during transit. As for the actual printing of the counterfeit silver dollar notes, that delicate operation would naturally take place within the city itself. First, a printing workshop could be far more easily concealed within Guangzhou's dense urban fabric. Second, the primary commercial market for silver dollar currency notes was concentrated right there in Guangzhou's bustling central districts. Once printed, the forged notes could be circulated locally and absorbed into the economy with minimal additional transportation risk. Regarding the counterfeit silver coins, though the goldsmith's shop provided superficially adequate cover, the metallurgical operation proved simply too conspicuous in practice. It required prodigious quantities of charcoal fuel, and maintaining the necessary smelting fires inevitably produced substantial smoke, making effective concealment extremely difficult over sustained periods. Once the pirates inevitably discovered counterfeit silver dollars circulating in the commercial economy, they would predictably investigate such metallurgical establishments with draconian thoroughness. Far better to manufacture the coins in some reasonably quiet, isolated location, well outside direct county oversight. Your strategic plan demonstrates admirable soundness. But once the silver coins are successfully minted, they must ultimately be spent somewhere, which necessitates transporting them back toward Guangzhou. Unlike lightweight paper notes, these constitute heavy metallic items presenting significant logistical challenges. The counterfeit silver coins can be spent and circulated locally at the manufacturing site itself. Actually, Hao Fang mused, his strategic vision crystallizing. In my considered judgment, the optimal manufacturing location should be Foshan Township. Foshan enjoyed renown throughout the region for its highly developed metallurgical industry. Large and small smelting workshops operated beyond easy counting, and establishing yet another new workshop there to provide operational cover for the coin minting operation would attract minimal attention. Procuring necessary fuel supplies and casting materials would prove remarkably convenient given the existing industrial infrastructure. Moreover, the town boasted numerous master foundrymen and metalworkers. Provided the operation's true clandestine purpose remained absolutely secret, much of the routine technical work could be safely delegated to local craftsmen operating under plausible cover stories. Furthermore, Foshan functioned as a major regional gathering place for merchants conducting trade, where commercial goods flowed in all directions through multiple transportation routes. The daily volume of merchandise and currency moving through the township's markets was genuinely incalculable, and the flow of silver coinage and paper currency reached truly massive scale. Counterfeit silver coins minted on site, there could be systematically diffused into the local economy, blending seamlessly into the enormous payment streams, where individual pieces would prove far less likely to attract focused scrutiny or detection. A strategy killing two birds with one stone. Brilliant operational efficiency. Meng Dynasty nodded with evident approval. However, these are truly the carefully considered words of a seasoned strategist. This operational plan strikes me as most meticulously appropriate. He continued with additional intelligence. Stone Elder independently reached identical strategic conclusions. When I departed the capital, he sent explicit instructions emphasizing production facilities and distribution networks must remain absolutely separate. Different operational cells must not make direct contact under any circumstances. Excellently said. Hao clapped his hands in emphatic agreement. Precisely so. Stone Elder truly possesses far-seeing strategic wisdom of the highest caliber. We shall divide our forces tomorrow and commence acting in our separate capacities, Meng Dynasty outlined. However, you return to Guangzhou proper and prioritize relocating the silver coin workshop to Foshan with maximum discretion. As for those of us remaining, once we successfully identify and secure a suitable production location, we shall contact you through established protocols. 15 days hence, return to this temple ostensibly to offer incense and make charitable donations as any pious benefactor might. On precisely the 10th page of the temple's alms register, I shall inscribe a coded message under the name Ming Xiang. You will comprehend its meaning at a glance. The mysterious fourth master, whom Hao had conspicuously not encountered during the Yangtai temple meeting, was at that precise moment seated in a quiet meditation chamber at the Zilai Hermitage outside Guangzhou's western gate, sharing tea in apparent companionship with a Buddhist monk. Though the two men had exchanged warm greetings upon meeting like old friends joyfully reunited after long separation, in sober truth this constituted their very first face-to-face encounter. They studied each other with covert assessment. Fourth master presented as rather stocky in build, decidedly short in stature, with noticeably dark skin. Slightly prominent cheekbones lent his face a broad, flat appearance, and his eyes were small and deeply set. By the aesthetic standards of the old time-space, he resembled a sun-darkened, somewhat leaner version of a certain famous actor, precisely matching the archetypal Guangdong villager's physical appearance. Dressed in coarse cloth garments befitting a common shop assistant, sitting beside Gu in his gray Buddhist robes, Gu resembled a gray mouse while Fourth Master suggested a black monkey, an oddly matched pair. Fourth Master expressed mild surprise with raised eyebrows. Why has Second Master adopted the external guise of a Buddhist monk? Gu lowered his voice conspiratorially to barely above a whisper. Keep your voice down, please. My assigned Dharma name is now Heshengcheng. My nominal master composed an appropriate verse for the occasion. Ocean guests temporarily moor at Yingzhu Isle. The Dharma image perfectly mirrors heaven and earth. I'm now formally registered as a senior Dharma master of the temple's high generation lineage. Fourth Master said with a trace of admiration. I have long heard celebrated tales of Second Master's extraordinary talents, years upon years of actively battling these Australian pirates, yet somehow always managing to escape mortal danger at the absolutely critical moment. Gu smiled with profound bitterness. Let us not dwell excessively on past glories and failures. What grand talents do I truly possess? I've merely enjoyed considerably better luck than most of my unfortunate collaborators, nothing more. He and the deceased Ratnai, who had indeed pulled off what seemed a spectacular coup in Wuzhou, though it had briefly shocked both the imperial court and the transmigrator leadership circles. In cold reality, the victory proved utterly meaningless. Their great victory at Guangzhou had evaporated almost instantaneously like morning mist, and Heshengcheng's carefully accumulated political and financial capital was squandered entirely in a single catastrophic miscalculation. Worse still, believing it too strategically dangerous to leave Heshengcheng alive as a potential future threat, the Australians had systematically launched their comprehensive Guangxi military campaign in direct response. Now Guangxi province itself teetered on the precipice of complete Australian domination. Gu Zunli had participated actively in conspiracy after conspiracy, barely escaping with his life time and again, while his various collaborators died horrible deaths, or were captured and brutally interrogated one after another in depressing succession. Gradually, almost against his will, he had acquired the darkly ironic epithet God of Plague among remaining resistance circles, an ominous reputation suggesting that working with him constituted a death sentence. Had Stone Elder not adamantly insisted on utilizing his services despite this reputation, he would have long since become a homeless fugitive stray with no remaining organizational support whatsoever. At this late stage, he could not even articulate with confidence whether his relentless ongoing struggle against the Australian occupation was genuinely driven by righteous revenge for past grievances, or merely represented the desperate need to earn his daily bread through the only skills he still possessed. Quite possibly, both motivations operated simultaneously in uncomfortable tandem. Though he had formally accepted this latest perilous assignment and returned to Guangzhou despite the extreme personal danger, he understood with perfect clarity that the city was currently implementing comprehensive household registration systems and issuing strict identity papers to all residents. The great established households, even those not yet directly harassed or persecuted by the occupation authorities, now existed under intense, perpetual surveillance. Even seemingly casual conversations might inadvertently expose his fabricated cover identity. After extensive deliberation, weighing multiple risky alternatives, the safest available course seemed to be assuming the social role of someone completely outside the mundane secular world. Though the Australians had instituted their systematic, religious corporate reform throughout occupied territories, their actual operational control over religious institutions remained relatively superficial and bureaucratic, Buddhist monasteries especially. Not only were such establishments extremely numerous and geographically dispersed, but the Executive Committee's Council of Elders possessed no corresponding effective oversight mechanism for day-to-day monastic affairs. For the immediate present, this represented a genuine blind spot in their otherwise formidable control apparatus. With Stone Elder's invaluable assistance and connections, Gu Zunli had quickly obtained convincing ordination documents bearing all appropriate official seals. He shaved his head completely, donned authentic monastic robes, and transformed himself into a credible monk virtually overnight. Nowadays the monasteries are largely unwanted and ignored by everyone. The Australians genuinely can't be bothered with detailed oversight of individual monks. With proper ordination documents securely in hand and adequate silver for modest donations, I successfully lodged here. The elderly abbot doesn't particularly care what I do with my time, and generously permits me to come and go with complete freedom. Besides, with a cleanly shaved head and my naturally grown-out beard, the pirate's widely distributed wanted posters and portrait sketches prove utterly useless for identification purposes. This arrangement constitutes perhaps the single most suitable cover imaginable under present adverse circumstances. Fourth Master pondered this thoughtfully. Very well, so be it. The property deeds you provided have all been successfully transferred into appropriate names without complications. Contact has been firmly established with Howe's specialized network of craftsmen. Everything proceeds according to our carefully developed plan. However, this particular estate you've selected is located in rather remote Qingyuan County, far too distant from Guangzhou for operational convenience. A complete round trip by riverboat consumes several full days at minimum. Communication delays prove problematic. I've personally observed that cultivated fields and residential houses exist west of Yuexiu Mountain as well, much closer to the city. Perhaps we should consider. Gu Zunli shook his head emphatically. Absolutely not. The pirates have systematically organized comprehensive mutual guarantee networks both inside and outside Guangzhou proper, implementing collective responsibility laws with genuine teeth. With officials and military patrols constantly circulating, establishing covert operations so dangerously close to the administrative center would prove impossible to sustain. The surrounding interconnected mountain-river systems make Qingyuan, Congyua, and Guangzhou all mutually accessible by water transport, ensuring convenient routes for both goods and covert personnel movements. Qingyuan itself sits astride multiple major commercial routes, whether for dispersing manufactured merchandise or conducting personnel movements. All such activities can be adequately concealed within normal commercial traffic patterns. Moreover, both dyeing operations and metallurgical casting absolutely require substantial water supplies. Being situated near the North River ensures no shortage whatsoever. Right now, the pirates have clearly bitten off considerably more than they can efficiently digest. Guangzhou City proper may indeed be locked down as tight as a sealed iron barrel, but outside the immediate urban center, county-level governance still follows largely the old traditional appeasement policies. Even in counties where they've appointed either genuine or puppet Australian county magistrates and nominally implemented Australian administrative systems, practical enforcement remains nothing but an enormous net riddled with gaping holes. With modest care and basic precautions, one can slip through quite easily. So while Qingyuan lies barely 100 li from Guangzhou City as the crow flies, it constitutes an entirely different operational world in practical terms. Fourth Master responded with evident disdain. What has Heshengcheng ever actually accomplished of substance? City foxes and village rats skulking in shadows, nothing more. Never mind his limitations. You need only report concrete results to me. Maintain your operationally separate spheres as planned. Excessive shared knowledge among cells serves absolutely no useful security purpose. Gu Zunli defended his local contacts. Though they may indeed be mere petty rogues and small-time criminals, some among them possess genuinely loyal hearts beneath rough exteriors. Heshengcheng himself may prove chronically unreliable, granted, but his younger brother demonstrates a solid core of personal integrity. Great pity he remains so young and inexperienced. Fourth Master shifted topics. The operational funds have been successfully received and verified. The rural estate purchased without complications. There's nothing particularly urgent requiring immediate action at this moment. I too am preparing to visit Qingyuan personally for direct inspection. If and when Gao's people are needed for active operations, I'll arrange for someone to place a coded newspaper notice stating there's a serious buyer seeking Dong Qicheng's fisherman's painting scroll at premium price. Inform Guildhead Gao of this signal protocol discreetly in advance, to prevent confusion later when action becomes necessary. He produced a carefully wrapped scroll painting from his travel bundle and handed it ceremoniously to Gu'er. Instruct his designated contact to present this specific scroll to Master Hao during the material exchange as authentication. Only then can sensitive goods be safely handed over according to protocol. Gu Zunli acknowledged receipt. Tomorrow I shall adopt the convenient pretext of soliciting alms donations and make systematic rounds to all our established local contacts throughout the network. After completing this circuit successfully, I too must identify some appropriately isolated location to ostensibly shut myself away for extended meditation retreat. Though this particular temple offers many advantages, remaining here indefinitely proves inadvisable from security perspective. Linger too long in any single location, and the pirate's ever-vigilant watchdogs will inevitably detect subtle inconsistencies and flaws in one's cover story. Fourth Master shook his head, cautioning patience. No excessive hurry yet. A mere fortnight won't yield meaningful production results regardless. Guildhead Gao remains ultimately not a particularly steady or reliable individual. Exercise extreme care not to inadvertently expose yourselves or the broader operation through his potential recklessness. Once I depart the city boundaries, I'll naturally change from these conspicuous monastic robes into ordinary civilian clothes before proceeding to contacts. It won't create problems. But honestly, if the imperial court doesn't commit to sending a substantial major army here to Guangdong, what's ultimately the meaningful point of all these elaborate petty schemes and stratagems? The court cannot possibly mobilize and act immediately. You understand the political realities. Moreover, the chronic years-long money shortage plaguing the imperial treasury remains fundamentally unresolved despite endless debates. If we can successfully glean actionable secrets of the Australian currency system's vulnerabilities from this counterfeiting enterprise, that intelligence alone would constitute significant gain, justifying the operation. The great strategic thinkers above our station make their grand decisions based on information we provide. We operatives below need only carry out assigned orders competently and professionally, without asking excessive philosophical questions about ultimate purpose. And if circumstances go catastrophically wrong? Fourth Master paused meaningfully. If we truly devote ourselves heart and soul to the sacred royal cause without reservation, how can we possibly fail in the end? Besides, when operations do inevitably fall apart as they sometimes must, won't you predictably be the very first to successfully flee the scene anyway, given your established pattern? Don't carelessly mistake these Australian pirates for conventional bandit rabble. That's a fatal error. You people from the comfortable capital honestly think everything follows neat logical patterns, and you've systematically underestimated the genuine caliber of talented opponents throughout the realm. Otherwise, how would there currently be desperate refugees everywhere, Eastern barbarian invaders running rampant across multiple